This is the irony of it all, and this is the trap. The Europeans began to manipulate history when they rose and began to expand into the broader world in the 15th and the 16th century because they had to justify the slave trade and they had to justify the colonial system that followed. And modern racism has its incubation in that period. You cannot enslave a man and say he's a human being, but he has humanity. Black people have never written any definitions of race, any definitions of what are people. They have never said that these people with these kind of traits belong here. Because modern racism had its development in the pseudo-scientific development of intellectual Europe after the 15th century. And they began to say that certain kind of people belong to certain kind of race, and they created the concept of race and racism itself.
You're saying, in essence, that there's no such thing as a race.
Oh, I maintain that race is the phoniest issue ever invented by the mind of man. The European invented, developed the concept of race. There's really no such thing as a race because nature created no races. Race is a man-made thing.
Could we say that being called black was a political term?
It's a political term and a term which indicates our self-awareness at this juncture in history, and I think we really need it. We need to really bathe in blackness for a while, but I wish we'd get the bath over with and go on to something a little more important. We need to really bathe in blackness for a while, but I wish we'd get the bath over with and go on to something a little more important. Black in itself is not an ethnic term. Black tells you how you look, but it don't tell you who you are. We are essentially an African people. Wherever we live on this earth, we're essentially an African people. And we relate to the millions of African people throughout the world, including the uncounted millions of Africans in Asia. The word Afro-American or African-American would probably be more appropriate and more honest and more in keeping with what we actually are. Because all of us are not positively, physically, real jet black. And so the argument now sometimes is between the supernationalists and the mild nationalists and blacker than thou. When blackness is a state of mind, a state of attitude, a state of approach to things that can exist in almost any of us, including from the blonde black person to the jet black. And the jet black can be traitors, and they can be patriarchs. They can be a whole lot of it. See, we've been everything in history from saint to buffoons. We are complete people, and we need to start looking at ourselves as a complete people. And I think that once we convinced ourselves that we're black and beautiful, we'll stop saying it and just go ahead and be black and beautiful and release a whole lot of energy for more important things.
Could we say that being called black was a political term?
It's a political term and a term which indicates our self-awareness at this juncture in history, and I think we really need it. We need to really bathe in blackness for a while, but I wish we'd get the bath over with and go on to something a little more important.
All right. Peace. ETM Hotep, welcome to the Sesh channel. This is your brother Wujau Meneb Eri Ma'at, along with Sanet Emikat Aku Kinshai Akinyi. And also we have with us the brother Asar Imhotep. So just make sure all the systems are green, all the systems will go. If you all have any greetings you all want to say, to make sure microphones are working and everything is good to go.
I guess I'll do a mic check 1 2 1 2.
All right. Hear you loud and clear.
Hear me?
Yep.
Alrighty.
Loud and clear.
Peace, brother Ujawu. Peace, sister Emiket. And
all right,
get it in.
All right. Emiket, systems go.
Yes. Hotep Pu Abed E and Hotep to Asar Imhotep as well.
All right. So with that out the way, tonight's discussion is, as you all can see, let me put this on the big screen here. Tonight's live stream is entitled Sebaytdome, intellectual laziness. All right, so we're gonna just give some commentary on intellectual laziness and a few other points tonight, and then maybe engage the chat and see what you all think about these different points that we bring up and have a discussion about. And I do plan on opening the panel as well. All right, so if you have any comments you feel it's easier to say on the panel, then you're more than welcome, and I'll be posting the link momentarily. All right. So, but to kick things off, well, first let me greet everybody in the chat. Peace to everybody in the chat. I know we had some people who were patiently waiting. Apologize for the slight tardiness. I would do a roll call, but I think, well, yeah, I could do a roll call because not too many of y'all made yourself known. If you're in the chat, make yourself known. Don't hide in the bushes. We have Babylon Dunn is in the building. He was front and center. Tahudi Wesser Madra Seneferu, peace. J-Mo X, peace to you. Robert Rand, peace. Robert Rand definitely been coming through a lot. Who else do we have? Black Hat, peace. Sister Tamika, Mika One is in the building. Phi Lightentis is in the building, and the homie Steph, peace. Peace to everyone. That's everyone that I can see. So appreciate you all hanging out on a Monday evening, early evening, while you're probably getting your dinner and everything. Okay, so we want to just jump straight into the topic, topics. All right, so let's just dive right in. So again, the title of the show is Intellectual Laziness, and we want to, have a conversation about it because just to give a little backdrop, in what I always refer to as the conflict community for, my reasons that I have definitely made known, in my experience for a long time on social media, whether it's Facebook and in the YouTube streets, I have observed a huge sense of intellectual laziness, and so we're going to get into that. So, I'm sure Imiket and Asar will have some comments about everything. So the points that I would like to cover is one, the main topic, which is intellectual laziness, of course. Then I want to talk about popular consensus versus scientific consensus. There seems to be a little bit of confusion about that in recent discussions that I've seen or I've even participated in. All right, so we're going to kind of get into that a little bit. Next will be loyalty to friends versus loyalty to science. All right, now that comes up because, on these YouTube streets, what I've observed, and I'm sure everybody in the chat observed the same thing, people tend to click up. Like I'm seeing a lot of clicks. You have a lot of crews, squads, crews, communities, and so on and so forth. And it gets real clicky where, the obviously you're going to be loyal to your friends and obviously your family. That's human nature. That's what we want to do. But, so we want to go into discussing the difference between that type of loyalty to friends versus loyalty to science, to the evidence-based science. All right, so we'll get into that a little bit. And then lastly, uninformed opinions versus informed opinions. All right, so because everybody has them, right? So we want to kind of make that distinction and talk about that. Okay, so that's up for discussion. All right, again, I will be posting the link momentarily, but let's just dive into it. So the first thing is intellectual laziness itself. So I'll kick it off by just reading this, and then we can just open up, as far as us on the panel, we can elaborate. So I'll start off with this. Intellectual laziness, what is it? All right. Intellectual laziness refers to the reluctance or unwillingness to engage in critical thinking, problem solving, or the pursuit of knowledge. It manifests in various ways, including the avoidance of challenging tasks, a preference for simplistic explanations, and a general disinterest in exploring complex ideas or learning new things. Key characteristics of intellectual laziness include. Now, as I'm reading this, I want you all to think about what you all have are or have been observing in the conscious community, on the YouTube streets, Facebook, in this what we call this conscious collective community. Just think about these things as I read through. So number one, avoidance of effortful thinking, preferring easy, superficial answers over deeper analysis. Number two, resistance to new information, reluctance to update beliefs or learn new concepts. Number three, reliance on others, depending heavily on others for information without verifying or understanding it yourself. Number four, confirmation bias, seeking out information that confirms pre-existing beliefs and ignoring contradictory evidence. And number five, passivity in learning, lack of curiosity or initiative in seeking out new knowledge or understanding. Intellectual laziness can hinder personal growth, limit professional development, and contribute to the spread of misinformation as it discourages the critical evaluation and thoughtful consideration of information. Okay, so I wanted to lay that out there first as a foundation to our entire discussion. Okay, so that's what we're defining, or how that's the definition of intellectual laziness that's going to govern our conversations. Okay, tonight. And I want everybody, to think about if any of these issues or points hit home that you've observed, or that we do ourselves. We got to be honest with ourselves as well. Don't always point the finger. All right. So having laid that out, let me shrink that back down and get you all's input on it between you and between Asar and Emiket. So what say you all on this first point? And Asar, yeah, you can let me know when you want to play the, just cue me when you want to, if you want to play or share anything.
No problem. No problem. I'll let Emiket go first.
Okay. Dua. So, well, I could say a lot about what I've seen. Definitely those are points. At the 5 points is something that we've definitely seen around, you know, um, being dismissive of information and things of that nature. That is something that we see a lot, where people will tend to talk a lot about certain pieces of information or resources, but then they themselves haven't really dug deep, or even on a shallow level, on those particular pieces of information. And you always see, this. Um, this idea of relying on experts, and obviously because the word expert itself is like weaponized, because obviously experts are known to be specialized in particular areas, and obviously their takes, or their opinions and things of that nature matters, because they are experts in those particular fields. But instead of people actually looking at experts and aspiring to be on that particular level, now it's more of relying on those experts, using those experts as weapons to say that this expert says this, so I don't need to read all this kind of stuff, because this person says this and person B says that, so why should I read? So there's that either reliance or deferring to experts and things of that nature. So that's like being just handicapped. Like, if you're going to do that, then why do you have to speak? Or why not let the expert speak directly, then, and then you shut up? If you're not going to be thinking for yourself and give all your thinking capacity and thinking resources to another person, in that sense. So reliance on experts, deferring to experts, that's something that is very, very strange to hear a lot lately. And the fact that when that is actually brought up, you hear the pushback, which means and it's actually an is hyperboling what people are actually trying to say. It's okay to defer on experts, to defer to experts when it's needed, because everybody does that. But completely doing that and then dismissing yourself, the work, doesn't make sense. But then you get the pushback that now when you say that, then it means that we do not want people to we are fighting experts in that sense, and that is really not the case. So there's also hyperboling of things, of those kind of points when they're brought forth. So not thinking, because now you're letting the expert think for you and chew the information for you, digest the information for you, and pass out the information for you, basically. So let the experts do everything, and then resist information when there's new information that is come forth. I don't need to read it. It could take 10 years. I don't need to read it, but I will definitely speak a lot on it because somebody else doesn't agree with that information. So that means that I don't need to read it because there's one or two people out there that don't agree with that information. So I don't need to read it. That we've seen a lot. And I'll really, really just say blatantly is like with Mboli's work, that we've seen a lot, because that work has been available for 10 years, and in that 10 years nobody a lot of people that speak on it haven't read anything. And I think on a previous show, I think 2 shows back, we calculated, if somebody was to take Mboli's book, the first book that was released 10 years ago, and just read one page a week, one page a week, they would have been done by now. One page a week.
Note that the book is actually 14 years old now.
Yeah,
It came
yeah,
out in
right,
2010.
right,
It's
2010.
2024, so it's been
right.
almost
14.
15 years since that
Yes,
text has
yes.
been released, and some folks still haven't read it. I'm sorry to interrupt. Continue.
Oh, no, no, that's actually good. I was being modest. We actually calculated it was 14 years, and we said even if they took 1 year out, 1 year to study basics in linguistics, and then study some kind of French, just basic French. All you need is 1 year. 6 months, divide it half. 6 months, do some French. 6 months, do some basics in linguistic. Then the next 13 years, take that and just do one page a week. They'll still be done by now. They would have been done by now. So that's why it's just laziness. If you really want to talk to talk about it for 13 years or 14 years straight, and you haven't even done that kind of basic lazy work, because that would be like for the lazy person, one page a week. That's just laziness. And that's all I gotta say.
All right, that's good because yeah, you touched on number 3, basically reliance on others and deferring to, well, actually all of it. So yeah, so Asar, what say you?
Well, I think Emmy Ket has, kind of laid the groundwork and the framework uh, in terms of a response to your 5 points, but more specifically to your first point in this discussion. So I won't try to rehash anything. But what I do want to add is that you know you don't necessarily want to give certain groups props on certain insight. But this is why, for example, when WB Du Bois was talking about the talented 10th, and when the Nation of Islam talks about the 5%, right? The 5% nation, right? Meaning that, out of the total population, and syncing the two together, 5 to 10% of that population is going to be serious and be about the business. Whereas the other 95% will not. Now, if we go with the Nation of Islam route, they'll say, the 85% Um, the other, 10%, are people who are kind of caught in between um, the two extremes in their analysis. But saying all that to say that there seems to be some level of truth, however the calculation may be. There's always going to be a small, very small subset of the total population that is going to be serious about the work, whereas the vast majority of individuals is going to be operating from a position of powerlessness and are comfortable in mediocrity. And what I find in this social space, it is, again, it's not just a social space. In my opinion, the social space is just a reflection of the overall society itself. Because if we expand this discourse beyond our immediate internet interactions, we'll see that this expands, beyond, which is why like the literacy rates is going down, and children can't read, and why hip hop ain't as great as it used to be, and people just are comfortable, and that this may be a law of nature. It may be a law of entropy. It may be a law of thermodynamics, right? Like something is involved in this process where that is the case. So I try to keep that in mind and just understand that whether you believe in fate or not, 85 to 95% of the people are just not going to they just are not motivated to be great, and it is just what it is. Is why I try not to argue with too many folks on the internet. I can't expect those who would like to argue, who don't know much of anything. I just don't like giving them the time, because it takes away from your time of being great and
Yep.
expanding on your legacy. So this is why I wanted to share the video clip, and I think it would be better in terms of bandwidth if you played it,
Okay.
versus me. So that's why I shared it in the chat. So
Okay. Let me pull it up. Is it
the
timestamp?
no, it's just the whole thing. So it's short.
Okay.
So it's a video, it's a clip, it's an interview clip of Will Smith and Martin Lawrence on the Bad Boys 4 press run. And a question was asked along the lines of, what does it take to win and what does it take to be great? And I think the answer that Will Smith provides in this brief uh, video clip applies in this space, in just life in general. And I would like to build those points in which he mentions here in conjunction with the points that you raised in your first slide.
Okay. So I'm gonna play it. Hopefully everybody can see it. This is as big as I can make it, and let me make sure the volume is up. That would help, right? All right. So I'm gonna play it. You guys listen. You want to play the whole clip? It's 4 minutes. You said the whole
Yes, if you
clip.
can.
Okay. All right. No problem.
Good. No problem. All right.
All right. So you all listen up in the chat. Oh, by the way, I do want to say that this broadcast is being brought to you by ChatGPT. All right. Just a little shameless plug right there. No. All right. Here we go. I'm gonna play.
People don't really realize what it takes to win, right? And it's like there's a great quote. Don Simpson, who was one of the original producers of the first Bad Boys, and we saw a screen and it was really good. And he said, I said, it's good. It's at about 90%. you know? And he said, the great thing about being at 90% is at least you know you're halfway there.
Halfway,
right?
That's crazy.
And I was like, and that has turned out to be so true. The difference between 90% and 100% is lifetimes of difference. The difference between a good player and a great player is light years. It's like, you know, my son was a chronic B student and he would get B's all the time. And he was like, Dad, you know, it's just, I really could get A's, you know, if I wanted to. And I was like, nigga, I promise you, you can't.
Believe in yourself.
I promise you, you can't. You think that the difference between a B and an A is the same as the difference between a C and a B. Nigga, it's not. It's not. Right? It's like you might have to eat differently. Like you might have to change friends. You might have to study sleep, you know, to get from B's to A's. It's like the difference between good and great is underestimated by most humans. It's like if you want to be good, you can be talented and be good. You can wake up and be good. Like, you know, but if you good and you just wake up and be good, you're not gonna beat me. You're never gonna beat me if you're not like. If you're not doing, you know, 70-hour weeks on your craft, right? And it's like, that is such a hard thing to communicate to people. And it's even more difficult when people are talented. When people get a B easy.
They think they got it.
They think they got it, you know? And it's like, I'm telling you, it's like, it's not easy, but it is really simple to change your life. It's so simple. Right? People don't realize that one bad night fucks up 10. You can't get drunk and fucking not work out on Saturday. You mess up 10 days. Like somebody else is getting past you in that time. It's like the level of sharpness and discipline that it takes to get to the heights that you dream of is really simple. It's just not easy.
Love that.
Wow, so while I'm getting fat, somebody else.
That's crazy.
That's basically what you're saying. While I'm getting fat, somebody else is.
You can stop it there.
So no, listen. So Martin, so we decided we were going to do Bad Boys 4, right? So we talked. It's like, so what we do is we usually have one meeting before.
You
Okay,
can stop
all right.
it. Yeah. My bad.
All right. Yeah, there you go. So
So
All right,
I hope, you know, I don't think that I have to, you know, say in regards to anyone on this panel, but for those of you who are listening, I hope you grasped what the underlying message is. And this plays to the critical thinking aspect, the over reliance on experts. Because if you really wanted to be great, if you really wanted to know and to understand, you would dedicate a large amount of time and effort to learn the craft so that not only can you speak intelligently about the subject, you can then know and learn how to critique the source material from which you are reading. And people think, you know, it's like what he said, you know, he's being modest with the B's. You know, we have people in this community with C's and D's in these subjects, some F's, but I won't go there. But with C's and D's in the subject matter, trying to argue as if they are on A-level scholarship with these things. And they get mad at you because they're wondering, how is it do you know? Because I put the time in. I don't buy books for the sake of buying books. I don't buy books and just read a few pages of it so that I know some things to say to argue with another Negro on YouTube.
Not for
I,
the, not for that camera candy. Like when you have your webcam on, you don't want that camera candy behind you
yeah,
with the bunch of books.
exactly. Like I read the whole books. I take notes. I buy books with questions at the end of each chapter and I do the questions. If the author is still alive, I contact the author. I go through the bibliography and I purchase the books in the bibliography. And I do the same process over and over again. And this is, I'm just, having a discussion earlier with Brother Wujawu, and I mentioned, or I made the statement that, in comparison to a lot of folks in this community, it's not an issue of bragging or whatnot, but it's more so that I'm just cut from a different cloth. The schools I went to, the people who I'm around, the professors, everyone was ardent students. Like, I'm taking AP courses in high school. In the 11th and 12th grade, I spent half the day in high school and the other half at community college. I've always been the bookworm in the hood, right? Like this, you have to have an appetite for knowledge and have the integrity and control of your emotions for when someone with more knowledge corrects or gives feedback on your analysis. A lot of folks in this community haven't gone through that. They haven't had elders damn near cuss them out for a particular perspective or a method that you went and did, being lazy, right? Like I always mention Dr. Dr. James Conyers, the late Dr. James Conyers, right? Who came all the way out of from this way in terms of New Jersey. He got his PhD at Temple University, and he has written and edited over 50 something books, and I think 2 or 3 of them was on research methods. And every time I would be in his office at U of H, that's all he would talk about is methods. And if I had an argument, he would say, "Well, what about this? Well, what about this perspective? What does so and so say about this? Have you checked in these journals? What's the last update? What's the gaps in between? These particular points." When I wrote my first book, and I gave him the book to put into the library at U of H, and this brother skipped the table of contents, skipped the dedication, skipped all the chapters, just turned the book over and started going through my bibliography. Closed the book, said, "You need more journal articles," and walked off.
He dismissed you.
That's the cloth that I come from. So I have a low tolerance for individuals who don't know how to study, who think that ChatGPT is an expert, who refuses to have intelligent discourse and take the hard classes. We can't talk about critical thinking unless you've taken a good series of math courses and logic. Like that's part of the staple of all critical thinkers. Like people talking about being scientifically literate and don't know jack about statistics.
Yeah. I always say that logic is grossly under appreciated and is slept on. Logic, what it is, how it's applied in everyday life, and the key, how it's the key to critical thinking, logic and reasoning, and things like that. Which gets into the math. You have to have a mathematical minded type of outlook. Science is evidence, math is logic. So, just real quick, I think someone had raised a good point. I lost it now, but I'll just address it. I guess we all can address it. Is when it comes to this thing about experts, because you mentioned earlier the over reliance on experts, and I think that this needs to be emphasized. Now, we did a video a few years ago. It's in our archives, and you all can check it out. Maybe Emmy can post the link to it. But we did a video to differentiate appealing to authority versus deferring to authority. The logical fallacy of appealing to authority. We explained all of that, and then deferring to authorities. When is it properly done and how to use it properly. So, but now over reliance on experts kind of falls, within that same discussion. And so I just want to give an example so people can see what the problem could where the problem could come in. So let's say that you become curious about a topic and curious enough to investigate it. Okay, so you don't know anything about it, but it sparked your curiosity, and now you are on a path of investigation. You want to learn more about it. So, being that you don't know anything about it, you're going to do your research and you're going to look it up by whatever means, and you're going to consult or defer to experts. You want to see what the experts are saying on said topic. And so you run into expert one. So you get a book written by expert one. They say what they say. And because you don't know enough about the subject matter at that point or anything, you just kind of digest it and eat it up. You know this person, the expert, they wrote about the topic you're interested in now, and now you've taken that in. But you want to do further research or continue your research. So now you pick up a book written by expert number two. Expert number two contradicts expert number one. So now the question is, in that moment, what are you to do? You have two experts in the field of whatever you're interested in, but they're not in sync with each other. They contradict each other, but they're both experts in that particular field or subject matter. So now, what do you do in that situation? So that's my question if y'all have any comments on that. But I'm talking to the chat, everybody in the chat. But what should one do? What are you left to do? What can you do? How do you solve that? Because that's definitely a problem. Because now you're stuck. You're just stuck. You're like, okay, expert one, expert two says two different things. All right, should I go with, should I roll the dice and then get a expert three, and so he could break the tie? Is that how you do it?
Now, it just depends, right? Because it could be an issue of health, and you don't want to necessarily roll the dice on your health if two doctors are saying, opposing things. Mm-hmm. But it's always going to, the answer is always it depends, right? Mm-hmm. So if the question is compelling enough to you, it just interests you, like you go to sleep, you in the bed with your lady, and you can't sleep at night because this question is on your mind, and you twisting and turning, bothered by the research question that you can't even function until you get this resolved in your mind. If it gets to that point and it's serious, because if it's not that serious to you, then who cares, right? Just you understand that there's two opposing sides, and you just go back to doing something else or do what you was doing. But if it bothers you that much, at that point you have to make a decision. All right, do I just forget about it and go on about my business? But something tells me that this is just going to keep bothering me until I figure this out. Or I have to then figure this out for myself. If you choose the latter, then you have to ask yourself another series of fundamental questions. Like, what will I have to know in order to solve this problem? Is it going to require me to go to school? Can I pick up some books? How much time I'm going to dedicate to this? Is it going to require me to set up a series of mechanical experiments? Right? Am I going to have to learn a new language? You know, is the initial research question even well formed? And could it be the wording of the research question that causes the confusion in the first place? Like, these are some of the things that you have to ask yourself. And for example, like, this is something that I'm speaking from experience in regards to this damn word Kemet, right? I've listened to experts on both sides. They all got PhDs, they all got degrees, and they're contradicting each other. And I said I'm just gonna have to figure this out myself. They're obviously missing something. Something's missing here. And I had to ask myself all those questions, and over the course of time, and I've gained a lot of knowledge, on that particular subject, to the point where I became a producer of knowledge on the said subject.
Now that's okay. Put a period right there, because that's why I gave that example. Because if you didn't do it, I was going to use you as an example, because collectively, you, me, and Sanjetti, we actually came in on your research question and basically joined up on your research question about the place named Kemet. But the fact that we were informing everyone that there are two prominent hypotheses on this question. And we said, one was that the Kim in the place named Kemet comes from the adjective black, and it means black land. And hypothesis 2 is that in agreement with hypothesis 1, that Kim in the place named Kemet comes from the adjective black, but it means black people. It's pointing to the people, one's pointing to the land, and so on and so forth. So it's like, all right, wait a minute. And these are prominent scholars, PhDs, we would consider experts. Even when you get into the racial thing, people will lean towards, okay, the black scholars, obviously. So now it's like, all right, we're kind of stuck. So, and then, you just explain, wait a minute. Nah, we're going to have to start. We're going to have to dig into this. Let's strap up. Let's boot up, strap up the boots, put the helmet on, and dive in. And so that's the difference. Now, but I like what you said as far as it depends. Like the overall answer does come down to it depends. And then it depends on how serious it is, how valuable it is. Does it matter? What level of it mattering, and stuff like that. But here's a question though. Regardless of the answer to how much it depends to a person, this is the question. Anybody in that situation where they're curious about something and they have to rely on experts to feed them. So they got expert 1, expert 2, and expert 3, but all the experts are not quite in sync with each other, and that person's kind of in limbo. should that person then, in that state, should that person then
Oh, did it? Yeah.
Okay, I thought that
Okay.
was me.
So,
That I thought
y-
I thought my
yeah,
internet
I was.
connection. I was like, okay, well, hey, then I'm gonna wait for it to come back.
I was like, damn, my headphones. Okay, but I think so Jao must be having some technical issues. Hopefully both Asar and I can be heard. If you let us know in the chat. And we'll just keep talking until Jao gets back.
Indeed.
So okay, so with what you guys were saying, so while Jao is prepping his stuff. I was just gonna say that with the question that Wujao actually proposed, and with your answer, I was just thinking about one thing that is that maybe most people don't really pay attention to, because obviously there's something that leads somebody to a point where they have to face their own weaknesses and figure out, what am I going to do to either come out of this? Am I going to have to skill up, or am I just going to have to just accept that I can do more of this and just now either just rely or defer on whoever is an expert, because I don't have the capabilities, whether it's time or funds or intellectual capacity or whatever it is, to pursue this further. But one thing that is very, very clear to me is that even with these kind of conversations, there's a question that as the viewers always have to have in mind, and keep that in mind at all times when they listen to people talking about certain topics or things of that nature, is that you always have to ask yourself, what is the person's genesis story? Because everybody has a story that leads them to the position where they're in, or the predicament where they're in, where they find themselves heavily involved with discussions on certain things. So you always have to ask yourself, Asar is speaking about this XYZ. What is his genesis story? What led him to focus on this particular thing? Another person, Mr. Smith somewhere, is also involved in this discussion with Asar. What is their genesis story? What led them to, what is it? Their research, their skills and all that kind of things. What led them to actually start discussing this particular issue? And for the most part, for me, I will actually say a clear distinction is that for people who are very, very serious, they have a well-formed genesis story. It's not just a random thing where they find themselves just shoved into a conversation and now they're just arguing about it and debating about it for the sake of content. They have a story that has led them to that particular question and that particular involvement in that subject. On the other hand, with other people, you'll just see them as they just they don't have that backstory. That is not something that they're involved with at any given time. They just are there to actually play the ops, basically. And always make note of that, because a lot of people talk about linguistics, talk about Bowley, talk about this and that, but ask yourself, is this something that they have an interest in? Is this something that they have been studying for the longest, and now they find themselves in this particular discussion?
Peace. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Yeah, you blacked out. We thought the Chat GPT built a bot and shut it down so that you would spread no more lies about Chat GPT.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Okay, hold on 1 second. I got these things planned. Started everything back up. So I'm not sure what part of what I was saying came across, or where I was cut off. So I'm just going to repeat what I was saying, and you all probably even answered it already. But what I was saying was that on the point of it depends, I was using your answer of it depends. And I was saying that regardless of the answer to how much it depends for a particular person, if a person is not competent in a subject, to the point where they have to rely on expert one, expert two, expert three, etc. But the experts are, even if the experts are not in sync with each other, my question was, should that person in that state, should they then go out and fire up YouTube and then argue with people about that said subject? Because, and I asked that question because that's what I see happening, in our internet engagement. I see people are actually arguing about points, pushing back, combative, even on an adversarial sense, against things that they, are not, subjects that they're not competent in. So that was my question put out there. Like, should that even happen?
I know that you're older than me, but I'm old school. I come from a time, when the personal computer was new on the scene, and you had to reach in the back of the computer to turn it on, and it had to warm up like a 78 Cutlass Supreme during the winter time, and it had the big green screen and the B floppy disk, right? I'm from a time where we actually typed on a typewriter, and I remember the transition from the typewriter, which had no editing capabilities, so you had to get it right the first time, or you had to start all over that page,
Yep, you had to
right?
rip it out,
You know, uh,
pull it out.
like this is before the internet was a big thing. This is when you heard of this phenomenon called the Dewey Decimal System, and you had to go to the library and go to this big old um, like desk thing, and pull out the drawers, and it had these manila cards with the book titles and where they were located, and you had to know where the stuff was. Like that's the old school that I come from. And then of course matriculating into the university system, and dealing with all these scholars in taking Africana studies and African American studies as a minor, and then just continuing and expanding on that even after graduation. Um, I didn't come from a YouTube scene, like and I got to give a little bit of more background in the context of like what you see me do on my channel is stuff that I've been doing since I was a teenager. And what I mean by that is that even in high school and when I went to university at Southwest Texas State University, I would bring scholars together to have conversations with the community on campus and off campus. I would have debates way before anybody outside of Harlem in the mid to late 90s knew of a Sa Netter. I was already doing that stuff with the Hebrew Israelites, with the Nation of Islam, with the Masons, and all this other kind of stuff. We used to have debates, community, like people would come to the local community centers, and we get it in. And because I was part of student organizations, Black Men United, Kumasi, of course, Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, we would bring scholars in. And then, of course, being on campus with university professors that were already, giants in their own world, would bring other giants in. So this scholastic community, I didn't just stumble in because I became conscious one day and decided to start researching on YouTube. Right, like Like I know these people. They would give me books. I've gotten so many books just from elders, just because I had an interest in the subject. They're like, "Oh, you into that? Here, you need this book. Take it."
You know,
And I
with
would read. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no, go ahead.
No, I was just saying that of course, I would read. That I would have to come back and give analyses. I would have to write papers. I would get them critiqued by PhDs. I would present at conferences in undergrad and continued after. Like, so I'm just what I see in this community in the modern times. I'm just not cut from that cloth. Where you think that you can type something in Chat GPT and you think you win an argument, right?
Yeah.
Or Wikipedia is a source that you can argue with without and I'll just end there, but I'll say there was a question that you asked earlier, and one of the things that I was taught in my research methods classes is to search for the research methods. Like any good scholar is going to have a method section. They're going to tell you the process and how they came to their conclusion. And nowhere, it would not be accepted anywhere, at least in any university I know, that an acceptable method is so-and-so said so. An expert said so. They will kick you out of the class and not refund your money for the semester. Coming with some BS like that. And then there's people in the community that look at me funny when I tell them that this is the standard. From what I know, not from what I heard somewhere. But I'm sorry, continue.
Now, I was just gonna say what you described in my experience in engaging the internet. I call it a conflict community. In engaging the conflict community for all these years, what I see, how I would describe it is there's a teaspoon or tablespoon of people, like this stuff is the new hustle. Like that's how I would describe it for some people, that because if you think about it, there's like a little bit of hustle mentality in it that's integrated in it, creating content, and it's not doing it for the right reasons. Where, like you say, you're old school, you come from that background, and I come from the same background. Like everything you just said, I remember you said B floppy. I remember the 5 1/4, and then it went down to the small 3 inch. And I remember when the computers, man, if you had a megabyte, you were doing something. Just 1 megabyte. You were doing something, 10 megabyte hard drive, boy, you were doing something. But anyway, so coming from that background, I see a lot of what I see on YouTube and Facebook, because those are the two primary spots that I'm talking about. I see a lot of hustleism in it, where it's like the new thing, and that, I think that could be detrimental if not understood in that context, because over time it could become the standard, and that's the standard of knowledge being disseminated when there's a lot of misinformation, quote unquote pseudo information, and in the name of giving everybody a voice, which I think that's another point I'm gonna get to, so I don't want to get ahead of the conversation, but I think that a lot of it is like a little bit, a lot of hustleism has gotten into this, and kind of offset that balance. But MK, you had anything before I move? I want to move to the next point I had.
What was the next point you had?
Oh, saying you have anything on what we were just talking about before I move to the next point?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I would just really pretty much to agree that it is more of a content hustling kind of thing going on, because and that's why the laziness is kind of produced in that sense, because obviously when when you have but when you have to produce content, because and this is like the YouTube era, obviously. So your content today is only as good as your content today, and obviously it demands you to tackle all a lot of different different issues. That's for most people, that is for people who are like considering this as a as a content creation. And so in that respect, you don't really have time to actually go over stuff and to be skilled in one particular area. So it seemed like to me, what you see is like people want to be able to have their hands in everything academic, all topics. It doesn't matter what, and they can critique it, and they can talk about it, and because that's what the people want. Give people what they want. But then instead of having that dedicated speciality, then it becomes like I will just use my chat GPT, I will use my wiki, I will use my table of content on any book out there, and that will give me enough information for this particular content for today to argue this topic. So I don't need to put in as much work on linguistics for I don't need to put so much work. I don't need even to have to study French, to be able to critique this thing accordingly, because I just need that content. People will see me argue today, I have 100 views, and then tomorrow that's the same thing over and over again. And I would say it's definitely laziness, because when you think about it, people talk about Egypt a lot, you know, but when you realize it, when you people who actually study Egyptology, they are actually trained to learn French, to learn German. But when you hear the excuses that come out of people, why, and I'll keep emphasizing on Boli's work. Well, we can't read Boli's work. Why hasn't he translated the book into English? That's a problem for us, but we're going to talk about it. So it's like I even heard somebody say something like, maybe like it was insinuated that Mboli was actually, trying to hide his work. That's why he wrote it in French. You know,
Hide it.
right? Like he didn't want to be critiqued, or some other, like why isn't it in translated in English? Not even understanding the whole process of having books translated in that sense. So, and then that's the excuse at this point. Like, I'm not reading it first because expert A say that book is that is pseudo, so I ain't gonna read it. And then on top of that, why hasn't he translated it in English? And when you think about it, if you're really interested in that stuff, people actually do take time to learn English, French, German, just so they can access information.
Wait. Did Chat GPT say that? Because you got to confirm it with Chat GPT. So
So
did
what?
Chat GPT that people learn French and German and all that kind of stuff? Yeah, did you make that up, or
Nah,
does it confirm? Can you confirm that with Chat GPT?
I already did, because I knew what time it was. Like, so.
Oh, you did?
Yep. Let me share my screen. I already did, because ChatGPT is God. so, so I
Hold
ain't
up.
making
Oh,
that up. I gotta give everybody what they want. Some people want the ChatGPT
okay. I'm
information.
sharing what
So,
you got. What you got on the screen?
okay. So I did actually ask ChatGPT. So I'm not making this up. In
Oh,
Egyptology,
can you
is
make
it?
it? I'm sorry. Can you make it bigger? Cause
Okay. Let's see if I can. Maybe that way.
yeah, I think everybody can see it. Hopefully.
Okay. So this is what I asked ChatGPT, because some people will not take my word; they will take the word of God. So I asked God, in Egyptology, is it recommended that students learn French and German, and if so, what are the benefits? And God said, yes, in Egyptology, it is often recommended that students learn French and German. These languages play a significant role in the field for several reasons. Historical importance, foundational scholarship. Much of the foundational scholarship in Egyptology was conducted by French and German scholars. Many seminal works and primary sources, such as excavation reports, journal articles, and comprehensive studies, are written in these languages. And then early discoveries, he talked about Champollion, who discovered that, and the German scholar Richard Lepsius, who did extensive fieldwork in Egyptology and so forth. And then it goes to research and resources, primary literature. A significant portion of Egyptological literature, including essential early publications, excavation reports, and critical studies, is available only in French or German. So this is for those people who actually think that if it's not translated in English, then it is, that's like a no-no, like something is wrong. Not all books are translated. Some are only available in those languages. Journal and periodicals. Leading academic journal in the field, such as this, I don't know how to pronounce it in French, and that in German, publish cutting-edge research and findings. So obviously, if you want to be up on your game, then you are going to learn those languages. It's recommended. Learn how to read, at least. You don't have to learn how to speak it. Then modern scholarship, academic collaboration. Knowledge of French and German allows for collaboration with international scholars, access to conferences, and participation in global academic networks, because not all those are going to be conducted in English. Comprehensive understanding. Being able to read and understand French and German text ensures that students can engage with a broad range of scholarly works and not miss out on crucial research not yet translated into English. And then he goes into fieldwork. I don't know. Should I read the rest of it? Because it is
No, I
God's
think
word.
that's I think that, yeah, I mean it GPT, God PT confirmed it, what you were saying. So yeah, it
Right.
already
So,
confirmed. So French and German are definitely, languages that are recommended and
right.
sometimes required, actually required, sometimes required and sometimes just recommended, depending on how far you're gonna dig deep into Egyptology or whatever your discipline is that you're trying to achieve. So yeah.
Right. So this is why I will also I will keep maintaining that people are just being lazy or just covering up their handicapness or their weaknesses by trying to allude to the fact that a book is written in French, and that way it makes it difficult for them to read it, but very easy for them to talk about it and critique it.
Well, there you go.
On
So all right. Oh, good.
on a different note, why the main thumbnail for this conversation, it looked like Sean P. Laying on the desk. I thought he was posing for me. I was like, he volunteered to be the thumbnail this week. And
Oh, you talking about right here? That's Sean.
yeah, that looked like, that's what I thought on my computer. I don't know if my screen is just too small. It looked like Sean.
Sean is the representation of intellectual laziness. That's funny. That's funny.
Oh, yeah,
All right,
man, right.
so let's go to the next point. And again, I appreciate everybody tuned in, listening, hanging out. I just want to get through these points, and then I'll open up the panel and see where we can go from there if anybody wants to come on the panel. All right. So the next point is, and maybe we could kind of see, the intellectual laziness is the umbrella of all of these points. So maybe we can kind of just hit these points and just hit it, because I think people are going to get it real quick. So the next point is popular consensus versus scientific consensus. And as I said earlier, that there seems to be a little confusion about that, or I know me just the other day, yesterday, I brought up popular consensus and scientific consensus, and I think, and I just wanted to elaborate. I wasn't able to elaborate on that yesterday when I brought it up, but I think people were confused when I did. So let's just jump into that. Now, in the spirit of Emiket being the prophet of ChatGPT, I'm going to bypass the prophet and go to God PT directly, and I'm going to share. Where's mine at? Give me 1 second. I'm going to. All right. So, because this broadcast is being brought to you by ChatGPT, we are going to use it. But no, in all seriousness, though, I'm going to use ChatGPT because for whatever the reasons are, you know, you all should know by now, I took a little over a year and a half hiatus from YouTube, from Facebook and everything. So when I come back on the scene, I'm seeing, you know, and I'm familiar with ChatGPT. I use ChatGPT. I've been using it since it was in beta mode and the whole nine. And I use it professionally and everything. But when I came back on the scene, I'm seeing people use ChatGPT in a very strange way, you know. And so I noticed that it's become the new thing, right? So I'm going to use it for tonight because I think that people can relate to it. So, you know, that's why I'm using it. And why this show is being brought to you by ChatGPT. Okay, so I'm gonna share my screen real quick. Where we at? Okay. I think this is it. Nope. Oh, here we go. Yep. Sorry for the delay. All right, here we go. So y'all should be able to see it. Let me know. And I know it's not big enough. Let me blow it up. Blow it up. Okay. Is that big enough? That should be big enough. Because I can't see the other side of everything. Yeah. Okay, so what I did, you can see my prompt. And I just asked ChatGPT a straightforward question. What is the difference between popular consensus and scientific consensus? And so I'm going to quickly breeze through these responses, all right? It says, the difference between popular consensus and scientific consensus lies in the basis and the process through which agreement is reached in each case. Here's a detailed comparison. But by the way, consensus in and of itself is synonymous with agreement, just for those folks who may not know that. All right. So popular consensus definition. Popular consensus refers to the general agreement or widespread acceptance of an idea, belief, or opinion among the general public. Basis. It is often based on subjective factors such as personal beliefs, cultural norms, social influences, media representation, and individual experiences, aka anecdotal. You know, you may hear that word used a lot. 3, formation. Formed through social interactions, public discourse, media influence, and social networks. Influenced by trends, traditions, and the persuasive power of individuals or groups. For example, celebrities, politicians. 4, validation. It does not necessarily require empirical evidence or systematic validation. That's important. The validity of a popular consensus can vary widely and may not always be grounded in factual accuracy. Examples, popular belief about health and wellness that may not be scientifically proven. For example, certain fad diets and home remedies. General public opinion on political issues and social norms. Now we jump to scientific consensus. Definition. Scientific consensus is the collective judgment, position, and opinion of the scientific community in a particular field of study based on a substantial body of evidence. And I think ChatGPT needs to make that bold. Based on a substantial body of evidence. Y'all have to keep that in mind. Basis. It is based on objective, empirical evidence gathered through systematic research, experimentation, and peer-reviewed studies. Formation. Developed through the rigorous scientific methods, including hypothesis testing, data collection, analysis, and replication of results. Reached through critical evaluation and peer-reviewed by experts in the field. It often involves meta-analyses and reviews of multiple studies to confirm findings and minimize biases. Validation. Requires substantial and reproducible evidence. Scientific consensus is dynamic and may evolve with new evidence and advancements in research. And some examples. The consensus on climate change being driven by human activities, supported by extensive research and data from multiple disciplines. The consensus on the safety and efficacy of vaccines based on numerous clinical trials and epidemiological studies. And so here's finally some key differences. Objective versus subjective. Scientific consensus is objective and evidence-based, while popular consensus is more subjective and influenced by social factors. Methodology. Scientific consensus follows a rigorous systematic methodology, whereas popular consensus is often formed through informal and non-systematic means. Reliability. Scientific consensus is generally more reliable and credible due to its foundation in empirical evidence, whereas popular consensus can be more variable and prone to misinformation. All right. So just wanted to lay that out there from good old ChatGPT. So any comments on that from the panel?
Well, I would like to give ChatGPT some pushback, and if I'm allowed to share my screen.
Yep. Let me know.
Okay. So, because on my channel I shared that one video. I don't have it. I'm pretty sure we can find it on the net somewhere, but I don't have it on this computer. However, all right. So this is.
Hold on, let me get it up. Let me get up 1 second here. All right, there you go.
Okay, so this is just one of many similar articles. That says Michael, I believe it's Crichton or Crichton. I haven't heard it, so I know I'm butchering it. Explains why there is no such thing as consensus science, right? And it says, do a Google search. I guess in the modern times, do a ChatGPT prompt for the term global warming consensus, and you'll find more than 20. Can y'all even see? Do I need to make it bigger?
Yeah, can you zoom in a little bit? Yeah, there you go. Or there you go, right there.
All right. So it says, do a Google search for the term global warming consensus, and you'll find more than 24,000 links and more than 19 million results without the quotation marks. The first link for global warming consensus is the NASA webpage with the title Scientific Consensus and the following statement. Multiple studies published in peer-reviewed scientific journals show that 97% or more of actively publishing climate scientists agree climate warming trends over the past century are extremely likely due to human activities. In addition, most of the leading scientific organizations worldwide have issued public statements endorsing this position. Here's what Michael Crichton, I'm gonna say it correctly by the end of this program, had to say about scientific consensus back in 2003 when he gave a lecture at the California Institute of Technology titled Aliens Cause Global Warming. He says, I want to pause here and talk about this notion of consensus and the rise of what has been called consensus science. I regard consensus science as an extremely pernicious development that ought to be stopped cold in its tracks. Historically, the claim of consensus has been the first refuge of scoundrels. It is a way to avoid debate by claiming that the matter is already settled. Whenever you hear the consensus of scientists agrees on something or the other, reach for your wallet because you're being had. Let's be clear. The work of science has nothing whatsoever to do with consensus. Consensus is the business of politics. Science, on the contrary, requires only one investigator who happens to be right, which means that he or she has results that are verifiable by reference to the real world. In science, consensus is irrelevant. What is relevant is reproducible results. The greatest scientists in history are great precisely because they broke with the consensus. There is no such thing as consensus science. If it's consensus, it isn't science. If it's science, it isn't consensus. Period. And this is what was echoed by the brother who's working on his PhD in astrophysics, whose video I shared. And I have to re-emphasize this because people keep claiming, well, this is what the consensus and what the experts say. And that's not how scholarship is done. It's about what did the experimental results provide? Who did the experimental results? What was the methods that were discussed in the research methods section of either their book or their journal article? And if you have an issue with it, were you able to replicate it? Whether everybody agrees or not, that is not science. So every time I hear, this is how you can tell people who don't do science in real life. Because every single time I hear people talking about scientific consensus, that is the first. I already know that you are the chief of the pseudo menudo, right? Because this is why I keep asking. You notice that after all that rah-rah, every single time I ask, for example, when it comes to the meaning of Kemet, can any of y'all provide the research paper that explored the meaning of the place named Kemet, and they showed their methods on how they came to the conclusion that the root of it was Kim black versus Kim some other word that exists in the ancient Egyptian language? Can you provide me with that paper, that book, that analysis? No one can do it. Out of the 20 plus years that I've engaged in this research question, no one has been able to do it. But everyone wants to argue with me about this topic. And then have the nerve to be like, well, this is what all the Egyptologists say. I'm going to go with what the Egyptologists say. The Egyptologists just repeat what they were told when they were learning the particular subject. It was not a research question for them. So they have no other opinion about it. This is what someone said when they were in school. So now that they graduated, this is what they tell you. But you ask them for the actual research and they can never provide it for you. When in science, the only consensus that matters is the people who actually conducted the experiments and what was the results and the methods of the experiments. For the people who repeated their experiments, every single time we repeated the experiment, we got the same or similar results. So when you're calculating those the researchers that did it and or reproduced the study and or expanded it, and they still came to the same conclusion, that's what you analyze as consensus. Because out of 25 scholars that produced this experiment, 23 of them got this same result, and tweaking the experiment in these minor areas, under these conditions and the like. But it's interesting that when in this space, and I know it's not physics, so you can't, or like mechanical engineering, where you can like create something to do the experiment. But you don't even have one study where this research question has been analyzed for the public to analyze and give their judgment on. But then want to talk about consensus, make it make sense. So this is why we have to get the language right and understand what this means. There's popular opinion, and then there is actual consensus. Like when people do consensus in real life, they actually count people that exist. They go by all the houses and count people. You could consider that a consensus because you actually have people on the ground going and counting. But you can't count as consensus somebody who didn't go out and actually count the people in the state, in the city, in the neighborhood. And they just was like, well, I believe it's about like 20, 25 people in the state of Texas. And then you consider that consensus.
What sticks out, what I think that people, just to highlight some of the things you just said, what I think people need to definitely understand about consensus in the scientific community is that scientists, just because if you have 50 scientists and one of the scientists does the actual research and the applications of the scientific method that's applicable to said research, that particular science did the work, has all the outcomes, creates a model, a theoretical model and theory to explain the facts that have resulted from experimentations, et cetera, whatever it is. Then the other 49 scientists are not just going to sit there and just agree, and then that's the scientific consensus. The consensus comes in is when scientists from 49, the other 49 scientists or other ones, actually examine and analyze the work that was done by the first scientist and lay out the experimentations, reproduce it and whatnot. And it's that work that consents with the previous work. It's not an agreement thing where, you're a scientist, I'm a scientist. So if you did the work, then I'm just going to agree with you because I trust you as a scientist. You're my peer and you're my colleague. No, it's the actual work that forms the agreement. Does this agree with that? Remember, consensus, synonym for consensus is agreement. So does this outcome agree with this outcome, which agrees with this outcome, which agrees with this outcome? And the more outcomes that you have in agreement, it's a stronger consensus. And so that aspect of consensus, I think, needs to be kept in mind in these differences between popular consensus and scientific consensus. And so and remember, when I was reading it, I was emphasizing evidence based, rigor, objective evidence. It's the evidence that forms the consensus, not somebody say so. Be they have a PhD, master's, or what have you. So I just wanted to kind of lay that out there. And I can find a lot of videos where scientists are saying the exact same thing. Neil deGrasse Tyson is one of those who will say, in many of his heated conversations he had with other people, he will stop the conversation and say, I don't care about degrees. He says, degrees don't matter here. And I'm going to find a clip where he's saying that too, because I said it and I know somebody's going to be like, you lying with Joe. But he said, degrees don't matter here. He said, what matters here, and he puts his hands on the table. He said, what matters here is the evidence. That's a beautiful, I'm going to find that clip. I should have saved it when I first saw it. But anyway, so yeah, I just wanted to add that. Emmy Cat, you got anything?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah, I was about to say.
Oh no, I think y'all said everything. No,
Okay.
that's good. That's
Now,
good.
now, in all fairness, let me hold up 1 second. In all fairness, to because um I don't want the popular consensus to go down as being demonized. So let me just share this as well. So I just asked a follow up question, and I said, and this again, this is ChatGPT. I'm using it because I think people can relate to it. I said, as a follow up to the previous question, what is the difference between popular consensus and scientific consensus? Which of the two is the preferred or better option? And then it answers. It says, when considering the preferred or better option between popular consensus and scientific consensus, the choice largely depends on the context and the nature of the issue at hand. Here's a detailed explanation. Preferred option is the scientific consensus. Scientific consensus is generally the preferred option, particularly for issues related to factual accuracy, empirical evidence, and objective truth. Here are the reasons why scientific consensus is often considered superior. Evidence-based, and I'm not going to read everything. Reliability and credibility, adaptability, objective evaluation, and problem solving. All right, and you all can put these prompts in yourself. All right. When popular consensus may matter, while scientific consensus is generally preferred for objective and factual matters, popular consensus can play a significant role in the following context. Social and cultural issues. Popular consensus often reflects social values, norms, and cultural practices. In matters related to ethics, morality, and social policies, understanding popular consensus is crucial for creating policies that are socially acceptable and equitable. Democratic process. In democratic societies, popular consensus is essential for making decisions that reflect the will of the people. Elections, referendums, public opinion polls are examples where popular consensus is critical. Public acceptance and implementation. Even scientifically sound solutions need public support for effective implementation. Engaging with and understanding popular consensus can help in gaining public acceptance and cooperation for scientific recommendations, and so on and so on. So I just wanted to follow it up on the popular consensus side of things before we move on to the next. So again, appreciate everybody tuning in. We're gonna keep riding on these points, and then I'm gonna put the link. If you all want to kick it, we'll see where the conversation goes from there. So to move on quickly to the next point is loyalty to friends versus loyalty to science. Okay, just a quick backdrop or explanation of that is, I think I said it earlier, where, our tendency is obviously to be loyal to your friends and to be definitely to your family. And those are held to high esteem, in the community, naturally. Loyalty is a big thing in relationships, period. You want to trust. The word trust, loyalty, and all that stuff is definitely critical in relationships and in social settings and everything like that. But I'm putting it here versus loyalty to science when it's applied to research and information in academia, in science, and things like that. Outside of the social setting of where it's of high value, you want loyal family, loyal friends for sure. But when it comes to these conversations that we see on YouTube and on Facebook and things like that, where and how does that fit in? So that's the gist of that question and whatnot. So what say you all on that? Loyalty to friends versus loyalty to science.
Well, y'all know what I always say. When it comes to scholarship, I have no friends because I only have one loyalty when it comes to scholarship, and that is to the truth. And it doesn't have to necessarily be to science because we gotta define these terms that we're throwing out here. But to be on the correct path, using the right methodology to come closer to the truth. And then it just really kind of depends on what activity you're involved in. Because if you're in the quote unquote sciences, science doesn't deal with truth. Science deals with probabilities and experimentation. And there's no way for you in science to establish truth. Truth is the domain of logic and mathematics. And logic and mathematics is not science. And so we got to get these things understood before we can even, move forward in the conversation when we have these discussions. Because everybody be throwing science out there all willy-nilly and don't know what it is, and be crossing fields in terms of the jargon and the like, and don't understand the limitations and how they are used, within the fields themselves, and when there's a multi a multi-field approach to a particular or a series of research questions.
I noticed that science, well, in science, like when we say, when a lot of people say science and you think of science, we think of the hard sciences. We think of like physics and stuff like that. We think of Einstein, we think of Newton, and so on and so forth. And in reality, when you think of when you think of science, scientists themselves rely heavily on mathematics. They're always doing equations and trying to solve for X or solve for something and whatnot, and to develop proofs up under the domain of mathematics while performing science, applying scientific method. But they have to also merge or cross over into math as a tool to help them do what they're doing, and they work together. So I noticed that, like,
it's more so math is the language needed to articulate what what they are discussing in science, right? Because math strives to be non-ambiguous, right? And the ability to use these symbols to articulate logically what is going on. But they will always tell you that it doesn't matter how elegant the equations are. For a scientist, at the end of the day, if there's no scientific experimental support, it don't matter.
Yeah, I noticed that they separate that. If you listen to a conversation between somebody like Neil deGrasse Tyson, who's an astrophysicist, and Michio Kaku, who's a theoretical physicist and deals with string theory and things, if you listen to their conversations, you can pick up on what you were just saying.
Yep.
They deal with that a lot. They can have the equations on a quantum level and string theory and things, and the equations look good. But then on the other side of things, it's like, okay, and you can see them kind of joke with that a bit among each other, in all respect.
They keep
but
asking,
it's interesting.
when is string theory gonna give us that smoking gun?
Yeah,
this is reality and valid,
yeah, but lately they've been talking about quantum computing, which is very interesting. If any nerds in the chat, any science heads in the chat, quantum computing is very interesting. I personally find that fascinating. Everything about that is interesting. But yeah, what you were saying.
No, I was just that was it. And so people, it's like saying, for example, that a mechanic, because he's using a wrench, that the wrench itself is physics. It's just a tool in the process. So like the mathematics allows for you to try to make sense of the data. But at the end of the day, the data has to be brought about by a some kind of physical experiment. That's why it's a running joke in the scientific world that after the laws of physics, everything else is opinion,
Right.
right? But for scientists, at the end of the day, it is about the experimentation. But for the mathematician, it's about logic. It's about the proof. It's about the theorem.
Yep.
And
And they and
so, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no, I was saying that the marriage of those two is very very fruitful, and that's what I see in the field of science, like especially with physics. The marriage of those two go hand in hand. They work together. I mean, they used properly. It definitely fruitful.
Exactly. But it gets to a point like, uh, like in my studies in for computer science, there comes a point where you really aren't dealing with numbers at all. You're only dealing with symbols and the logic of the symbols themselves. We rarely calculate anything. In some of the equations, it would take you forever to do it by hand anyway. But
Yep.
what you'll get taught, like when you're doing discrete mathematics, is you're going to be introduced, especially when you're doing statistics work, to a lot of the summation formulas. So if you ever see that big sigma symbol, and then sometimes there's an infinity at the top of it, and then there's a I equals something at the bottom right, and then there's a formula on the right. Like you deal with a lot of that stuff when you're dealing with computer science and mathematics. But it's not about necessarily calculating in a traditional sense. Like Johnny has 5 apples, and now he has no. At some point, it's just x's, x prime, divided by this formula here, and you're just working the logic of the formula without calculating anything, which is crazy, you know. But like a lot of us won't get to that point. We won't need that kind of mathematics in real life, right? But
Yeah.
uh for those of us who deal with computers, like we have to at least computer science, especially with programming and dealing with AI. Like I'm going to start doing a series on. I think I'm gonna start with neural networks since we bringing up Chat GPT. The way that we make fun of it, they'll think we don't like it, and that's not the case. Uh, but I want to start doing a series of shows dealing with the neural network concepts and the mathematics behind neural networks so that you can see what is going on in the background and understand why we make the kind of arguments that we do when it comes to Chat GPT. And so you know where the weaknesses are, but where the power lies in a large language model, for example, right?
Yeah, I
And
wanna.
so I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah, I'll let you finish. Let you finish.
No. So I want to do that and deal with the statistical models, because you can't do neural networks without statistics, and you might even learn. I think like I think this is my second or third class in statistics that we started learning the neural networks, right? But you're going to have to deal with statistics and in reading graphs and 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 learning how to plot lines and do trees and the like. It's a whole bunch, but I want to at least introduce these major concepts so that we can start thinking more critically. And I might even do a book club, kind of like what y'all did back in the day, but with this one book on how to think mathematically, or mathematical thinking. I think that's the book, and I think that will be a good primer for being able to think critically, uh, and so that we can start prepping the minds of the people who are viewing our channels to ask more deeper and posing questions, so we can get off of things like Kemet in the blackness of the ancient Egyptians to some more serious mind-boggling things that, if we're still on ancient Egypt, the ancient Egyptians were on, and or what is possible in the modern day that we can be a part of, and expand in that realm. If not us, we can encourage our children to be a part of these different fields, right?
Yeah. I just wanted to emphasize, because although both you and I, so first, I'm sorry, Emicat, did you have any say so on that?
Oh, remind me again. Was it yeah, because we went deep.
No, well,
It,
okay,
it was
just to kind of
loyalty
bring it.
to friends versus loyalty to science, right?
Yeah, we kind of got
Okay.
into the whole quantum computing and mathematics and doing math without actually doing math. It's just a symbol type of stuff that Asar just said.
Right. That's
But
good.
I answered the question that when it comes to scholarship, I have no friends. So that'll tell you right there how I think about, am I loyal to friends or loyal to science? Well, I don't even have friends when it comes to scholarship. In general, I have friends, but when I have a research question, I can't think of you as a friend, right? Because you said something, or I can't think of an elder as the great master teacher, and I can't challenge an idea that they proposed at some time or a critical time in my development, right? Like that, I can't allow that to happen, because if if um if that happens, it's kind of like when you see on the television shows, either the cops or the doctors. Let's say for the latter, they won't allow the doctor to do surgery on their family member,
Yep.
or they won't let the detective, work their own case,
Yep.
because your emotions are too involved in it, and your loyalties lie, with them, and you may make critical mistakes, or you may want to bypass certain steps that you wouldn't normally take, because they are your family or friends and relations. And that's how I treat the scholarship. So I treat the scholarship as if I'm the doctor, and who I'm working on is my mother, right? And I can't do that. If my mother in this metaphor is, some information that I got from my master teacher, right?
Right. And I think it sums up. I don't know who described it this way, but intellectual warfare comes to mind, because it's almost like you said, you in the intellectual space, academic scholarship space, you don't have any friends. You can't carry that over, that social value of friends, and its importance, because as I said, loyal friends are very important. Loyal family is very important socially, in that setting. But in scholarship, you can't translate that over. You can't bring that over to that. You can't do that. At least you can't do that and expect uh effectiveness. You can't expect, that objectivity and things like that. You can't do that. And so I only put these two together and raised it because yesterday when I was in a conversation, I was accused of being intelligent, being smart, and I know better, like I actually know better, but I'm not saying the right things because I'm loyal to friends. Specifically, it was to Asar. I'm loyal to Asar and I'm loyal to Mboli, but I know better, as if I know better, and I'm only saying it because of loyalty. So I just wanted to bring that up because that's not, that's not the cloth that I was made from. I don't deal with that.
And you can
Loyalty.
tell that they don't.
I'm all about loyalty and friends.
You can tell they
Yeah.
don't be in our circle because anyone knows I challenge Mboli all the damn time, or some
Yeah.
days. And just because I promote Mboli till till Kingdom Come, don't mean I agree with everything that he say. And we'll argue with him on a point, with evidence and the like. That's just what I do, because my friendship with him, and even being a student of his to a degree, has no bearing at all when I believe that I've come across some information that conflicts with data that I have, and so I will challenge them. And for me, it's a personal reason for that, And so to go back to Sister Emmy Cat and expand on a statement that she made in terms of the origin story. What's the person's origin story when it comes to the research question? Well, in this case, what is the origin? What is my villain's arc when it comes to challenging information, even from people who I hold dearly? This comes from my experience in the ICUPK when I was a Hebrew Israelite, and going all those years just repeating, parroting what the elders of the Hebrew Israelite school would say and how they would interpret the Bible. But then when I started doing research myself, what they were saying wasn't adding up, but I'm still parroting, I should say, the information in which they told me. All kinds of wrong. And when I finally got my head out of Hebrew Israelitum, I
He's
was I was
Israelite.
when I finally got out of that, I made it a point that never again, like the Jews, never again will I let some Negroes uh, have my mind like that, to the point where I won't challenge the information if I believe. Now I just don't go challenging for challenging's sake. I'll have to go if I hear some conflicting information. I'll have to listen to what they say, read upon the evidence in which they present, then go back and then do some follow-up research. And if my follow-up research doesn't agree, then I'll have the discussion where I have some pushback on a particular point. But I just don't just go off because something is in conflict, I'm just automatically combative with the person. I don't do that. But in the case of the Hebrew Israelite stuff, I'm like, never will I let anybody under the guise of a master teacher, be able to have a hold on my mind like that. And there's more to the story, because I think I've told this 100 times, about when I asked a question, and the elder came back, said, "Be careful what you ask. The Most High kills people for asking the questions." And that's what I was like, you know what? The Most High is going to have to kill me, because I'm asking all kinds of questions. from this point on. But so that's why I do that. So that's why I say when it comes to scholarship, I have no friends. It's about the information. It's about my grandchildren's grandchildren.
I want to just highlight what you said real quick because that's just very true. I've witnessed it and I see it on the part of Mboli, because you brought up the fact that just because you introduce Mboli and you advocate his work, it doesn't mean that you agree, and you challenge things if it's warranted and all of that good stuff, which is speaks to the whole thing: loyalty to friends or loyalty to the truth or science as knowledge. But here's an example for everybody to see. Just putting this up here, where these exchanges are real and they actually happen. I don't know if people can see that. That's as big as I can get it. Where Asar is engaging in Boli and having a disagreement, at least at the initial start of this, dialogue, and it's a good dialogue. And I'm bringing this up and I'm showing this, one, to show that it is real. It actually happens. I see it all the time. And two, that Mboli himself, he's a scientist. He's an engineer. Like if people were to actually read his book, in the introduction, in the forward, he explains that he's an engineer and the rigor in his field of engineering, and how he demands proof and this, that, and the third and stuff like that. He welcomes it. So in Boli's response, he welcomes it. Like these are like the things that make science turn, and things like that. So it's not a combative thing. And Boli doesn't take it as adversarial combative. He actually looks forward to it. I mean, I could show a lot of screenshots where he's even told me, because I had recently received his latest publication. I told him that obviously I can't comment on it until I fully digest it. And he said he's looking forward. He said, I'm looking forward to the criticisms and the critiques. He welcomes it. So, just wanted to kind of put that out there, let people know that it's real.
Yep, that's why I will still maintain that people are very, very lazy. The people who actually dismiss Mboli's work, it's a cover up. It's a cop out. They're one for one. They're lazy because we know that they're not going to. They don't want to study linguistics. Obviously, some people might have already known that they're not capable of doing that. They don't. They are not going to study French or whatever. They're not even going to engage Mboli directly, so they're scared pretty much. And it's just easier to go somewhere far away and talk about somebody and their work as opposed to just facing them head on. Because obviously at this point, if those people had to go and face Mboli, because clearly Mboli doesn't, he's not afraid of disagreements or people critiquing his work. We've seen that, and you just showed that. So at this point is almost like saying like getting to like the fact that those people really really can't even face this person but talk about his work. It's just a lot of laziness stuff. It's also just a lot of cop out, because I guess lazy is just a better way of it's a better way of actually saying that people are just not skilled. They're just I don't want to be too rude, but yeah, they're just handicapped basically. And then once you realize that you're handicapped, but you're still itching to talk about something, then you have to create, some kind of excuse, like it's pseudo or things like that, because clearly this person is not, afraid of critique or anything like that. And
Right.
also, speaking of that, just for the point about loyalty to friends versus loyalty to science, and that's why you want to be able, if you have to have friends within the field, you want to have good friends that actually that are have the capability to let you know when you're wrong. Really, not yes people, or because what we see a lot is like a panel is full of people. It could be a panel of 8, 9 people. I remember Uja, when you were on pseudo killers and you were on the panel, when Mboli's discussion was first brought up with ChatGPT, and everybody on the panel, was, prior to even you pointing this out, was critiquing Mboli's work. And obviously their critique stopped at pseudo. They didn't have any constructive or academic or scholarly critique to offer. All their critiques started and ended up it's pseudo. And that's it. Because obviously if you haven't read the work, if you don't have the skills to even be able to understand the work, you can only say it's pseudo. But 9 people on the panel, 9 people, not one constructive critique was offered. And then when ChatGPT was opened and searched on Boli's work and critique, none of those 9 people, or 9 people, were able to actually point out, and other than you, none of those 9 people pointed out that the resources, the references that ChatGPT spit out was actually a whole mess. It didn't even make sense. So you have 9 heads, 9 heads, friends, people who work together and discuss a topic together, and not even one person out of the 9 people could even spot that something is wrong. And that is why you don't need that kind of friends, because your friends have to keep you sharp.
And that's why I brought this up: loyalty to friends versus loyalty to science. Because see, a lot of times there's a thing called projection, and so a lot of times what a person does or a group of people do, they will project it onto another person who actually doesn't. They don't do that, and that's what was occurring. You know, I don't get down like that in terms of just because I'm friends with somebody, I'm going to, although I know better and I know the accurate thing, I'm going to still go with the inaccuracy and just say something. See, I don't do that, but other people may do that and think like that, and then they project it on you, you know. So I think that a little bit of that was happening. But so now I just want to go on to the next point, because I want to open it up for the panel and the chat, engage the chat a bit, because regardless of what we're saying right now, I know for a fact, because it happened very recently, like even the other day, in the previous video, I literally said out my mouth that about ChatGPT and experts, I can say this till I'm blue in my face and say that I am not telling people or implying, I'm not innuendoing or anything for people not to use ChatGPT. I've never said that, and I'm actually saying it literally right now that I'm not saying that. You know, I think people should. I'm a tech guy. I've been into technology since all my adult life. You know, I told people I started off in Pascal and Fortran as a computer language in junior high school, and haven't looked back since. Network administrator, computer programmer, web developer, and app developer. My entire adult life leading up to right now, right here, right now. So I would never discourage people away from technology. I would, push people to it. The points that I've always made since ChatGPT came up and I brought it up was that, like any other tool, it needs to be used properly. That's the critical point that I've made, the theme of everything I said about ChatGPT. But despite all of that, I actually heard with my own ears people say that I'm implying for people not to use ChatGPT, or that I'm saying for people not to use ChatGPT, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Same thing with the expert thing, and I find that to be crazy, because but it's disturbing, because people that do that, they have to exaggerate, make things, they have to create hyperbole and exaggerate just to justify a continuation of the the previous trend of thought. So they're almost to the point of lying on somebody else just to continue a train of thought. And that's disturbing. And I don't see why people don't call people out for that more often, no matter who they are. And so speaking to your point, Emicat, that's when you have to surround yourself with yes people or whatnot to continue that going on. And so anyway, just wanted to kind of put that out there, because no matter what's being said, even here tonight on this live, people will actually say the opposite, even though you could rewind this and hear something totally different. But what you meant was
I know this is a different topic altogether, but I just want to say that there's a comprehension factor that goes hand in hand with the laziness. So I don't know if there's a symbiotic relationship between the two. If one is the cause of the other,
causal.
But yeah, there's a causal relationship between the two. But it's for people that can't comprehend well. When you say that you use ChatGPT and that we recommend it for this but not for this, and they come back and say that you said not to use ChatGPT, that's a comprehension issue there, and that may be contributing and or may be an effect of the laziness and the overall spirit of mediocrity that possesses that individual in that moment.
And I will add to that, I will see you on that, I will call you on that, and raise you attention span, because I really think that there's a deficit of attention in these kinds of conversations, because I've experienced it myself, and I've witnessed it by looking at various different YouTube videos where people will have a short attention span in the middle of a conversation, and they want to speed the conversation at 90 miles an hour only to get to a red light, like doing 90 miles an hour just to go to a red light. And that's what happens. And so it goes back to what we were saying before, that I was reading, as far as that where was it? Oh yeah, this part right here. When I was reading this here, where was it? Which one was that? Yeah, preferring easy, superficial answers over deeper analysis. So it's like, I don't want to think too hard. And then what happens is, and I also raise you with paranoia, because there's a little bit of paranoia in there, because when you engage and you're actually trying to go deeper and have a deeper analysis in the conversation, you're trying to slow things down and really, really dig, then some people will get a sense of, oh, what's going on? Because it's an uncomfortness, right? It's a place of uncomfort for some people, and they'll think negative. They'll be like, oh, wait a minute, you're trying to fool me, you're trying to get me, you're trying to get one over on me, and so you get that going on and stuff like that. So all of that is attributed to. So I called you and I raised you those 2 points, Asar. So yeah, now what is your play? But okay, so I want to go on to the next one, because I want to see what everybody who's hanging out with us, what you all think, right? Because I see the chat is going on, but I'm not paying the attention to the chat like I should be if I want to engage it. So I want to engage it, but let's get past this last one first. All right, where am I at? Okay, here we go. So the last point that I wanted to cover was uninformed opinion versus informed opinions. Now, this list of bullet points right here to cover this conversation is just something that I chose for tonight. And obviously I could list a lot more, and maybe I'll do another show in the near future and cover some more things. But so this is the last point. Uninformed opinion. Okay, unimportant. Yeah. So sorry. Yeah. If you want to say your piece right now, if you have to roll out before I even go in on this.
I don't have anything right now, but state what you say. I may say something in response, and then I'll leave.
Okay, all right. So real quick, so let me just get to this point. So uninformed opinion versus informed opinion. All right, quick backdrop on that is the age-old saying that opinions are like a-holes. Everybody has one, right? We all heard that saying. Everybody has an opinion, and if we think about that like we do products or commodities and products, right? When the market is saturated to the point where everybody has a particular thing, then the value is little to nothing. Is little to nothing. It's the rarity of something or the intrinsicness of something and its rarity that creates the demand, that creates the value, that makes the value of something go up. Right. So I'm just using this as an example. And so opinions being everywhere and everyone has one, then we have to look at it like, okay, well, wait a minute. If everybody have them, how valuable are these opinions? So now we, divide them, uninformed opinions versus informed opinions, because everybody has them. And in a free country like the United States, people can actually voice their opinion, and they have that right to do that. So now we have to weigh it like uninformed versus informed. So that's why I'm putting these two verses together: informed opinions versus uninformed opinions. So I would like to share the ChatGPT God again. Emmy Kat's God, she's the prophet. So I asked the question, just so we on the same page, everybody's on the same page. I asked the question, what is the difference between an informed opinion and an uninformed opinion? Which of the two is preferred or better option? And quickly, it answered. It said the difference between an informed opinion and an uninformed opinion lies in the level of knowledge and understanding underlying each. Here's a detailed comparison. Informed opinion. Definition. An informed opinion is a viewpoint formed based on a thorough understanding and analysis of relevant information, evidence, and facts. Basis. It involves research, study, and gathering of credible information from reliable sources. Includes consideration of various perspectives and evidence before forming a conclusion. Characteristics. Well-reasoned and logical. Supported by facts, data, and evidence. Often involves critical thinking and evaluation of sources. Examples. A scientist's opinion on climate change based on years of research and data analysis. Not just fist pumping colleagues in the break room. A historian's perspective on a historical event after extensive study of primary and secondary sources. Now, uninformed opinion. Definition. An uninformed opinion is a viewpoint formed without adequate knowledge, information, or understanding of the subject matter. Basis. Often based on assumptions, hearsay, personal beliefs, and superficial information. Lacks proper research and consideration of credible evidence. Characteristics. May be biased, inaccurate, or based on misconceptions. Lack supporting evidence and may be logically inconsistent. Formed without critical evaluation of the topic. Examples. An individual's opinion on medical treatments based on anecdotes, or misinformation rather than scientific evidence. A person's view on a complex political issue formed from social media posts without understanding the underlying facts. And then it says the preferred or better option. Informed opinion is generally the preferred or better options for several reasons. One, accuracy and reliability, credibility, effective decision making, and constructive contribution. And you all can read that. I'm just giving the highlights of that. So that's the difference between those two. Now, just quickly, and then I'll just pass the mic. I bring that up because what I find in my experience on this in the conflict community is that, and I say this a lot, is that we have, because of YouTube, we said this earlier, we have YouTube, and there's this push of content creation, and me being into computers and everything, I get it, I understand it. You got TikTok, you got Instagram. It's all about content creation. You got to create content, especially in the world of monetization. When they opened up for things to be monetized, then boy, everybody and their mother wants to create content. Everybody wants views, everybody wants likes. That builds in a monetizing scenario that generates income. So and that's understood. They go along with each other. But what happens is, in creating content in this space of scholarship or things like that, people will argue from a place of an uninformed opinion about subjects and topics that they themselves are not competent in. And that in turn can be detrimental. So the trade-off is, yes, it creates content and it may be entertaining, and to the person doing it, it may generate income if they are doing it have that hooked in there. But in the bigger picture, it could be detrimental to the growth of the body of knowledge, to the constant perpetual seeking of objective truth. It will delay that, and it muddies the water when people will argue, fuss, and fight on subjects and topics that they themselves are not competent in, and they only have an uninformed opinion about. So that's what I see personally. I see people arguing over uninformed opinions. You have uninformed opinion person fighting an uninformed opinion person, or you have an uninformed opinion person trying to argue with somebody who's informed, who is competent. And in that scenario, it should be a teacher versus student environment in that case. And that's why, I tell people, before, I wholeheartedly stand on the shoulders of Dr. John Henry Clark when he says, I only debate my peers, all others I teach. That echoes in what I'm saying in those situations. It's like, nah, you got to bring me your teachers, because you don't even know enough to know when you're wrong, and you won't allow me to teach you in real time. So I can't do it with you. Bring me your teachers. And that's my attitude. And so that's why I wanted to bring it up. So that's my spill on that last point. So Asar, since you have to go, if you're still here, if you have anything to say to that.
No, not really to add. That just really kind of echoes what we've been saying prior, in terms of, it just kind of all goes together in terms of the lack of competence, the spirit of mediocrity, laziness, and just I thought it went out again. Okay. Just the overall spirit of trying to argue. People come from a street background, or they may come from some kind of other industry where they're just used to fighting all the time, and not understanding that when you enter into the academic space, it's not about that. There's still an intellectual war being raged, but this notion that we can settle the debate, settle a disagreement by debate and argument, that's not how this is done. And in that process, these people that we've had experience with simply say, they simply get information so that they can attempt to win an online debate, versus that they're really interested in the subject itself, and they're really trying to edify the people and provide them with information that can enhance their life in some meaningful way. And I think that's where a lot of us have fallen short on the potential that we have because we don't have an overall goal in mind for the information that we're providing, or that or even in their understanding of themselves within the space. Like they don't have a sense of purpose. Like people with a sense of purpose, they move differently, right? Like they don't have time to be about the F stuff, as we would say, the F-ish, right? Uh, we about our business because we know that time is limited, and the more time I'm engaging with these pseudos, the less time that I'm building and expanding on my self and skill set, and that I could be helping the community itself expand. And so that's what I'm saying. Like we have different motivations, and we're cut from a different cloth, and so they won't understand why you're able to know and understand and move in circles that they can't move in because of your character and your integrity, your interest, your skill level, et cetera, et cetera. And how you're able to engage and capture the minds of others in a way that they can't, which in my opinion fuels their jealousy of you. And I'm not just talking about you specifically on this panel. I'm just talking about people like that in general that just have that gift of gab. Like they were put on earth to do this. And so I think the frustration that a lot of these individuals have is because they are operating on this earth outside of their purpose. This ain't their purpose. This ain't what they're supposed to be doing, which is why they're mediocre at it. And they think that they're great. And they don't have the motivation, and they don't want to do the things to be great at this, which leads to a lot of the stuff that we find ourselves engaged in on occasion. Um, but I just wanted to say that I just do appreciate, and I'll probably come back if my phone allow me to come in. So if I come in and I get kicked out again, then you know what it is. But but I'll be listening.
Okay, but before you go,
Yeah.
real quick, let me know if you remember this conversation right here, and it's gonna remind you of another conversation. So you'll be able to see and hear. This is us. Just a quick backdrop. This is me, Smash, you, Unc, Naya, Dr. Ma'at, and we were talking about. This is a show where we were going over the Sonnetter TV Awards, and winners and stuff like that. And we were talking, but this part right here, just tell me if you remember this, because I'm gonna ask you about another thing. Real quick. I know you gotta go. So where's my play button? All right, so I'm gonna play this. Oops. Gotta bring it back. The audio was down. All right, here we go. And then when we present it to the public or try to educate or chime in on conversations, we just better equipped because we went through it. So that's how you do it.
What's the name of this book? Do you mind sharing an opinion on ancient African kingdoms on the Nile? Nubia by Fisher. Who is that? Y'all familiar with that person?
I'm not.
Huh?
Maybe the author, but not that book.
Yeah, me neither.
What's Fisher what? Oh, do you guys have your opinion on ancient African kingdoms on the Nile, Nubia by Fisher, Lokavada, Ikram? Okay, yeah, I can't give my opinion. See, that's one thing the squad doesn't do. Let me make this clear. One thing, no members on the squad will form an opinion on a book that they have not read.
Hell no.
Let's make that clear.
Tried it one time, got beat down.
We don't do that around here.
Damn book in French, man, has got a lot of people in trouble.
We don't do that around here.
French stamp.
Messing with the squad, I got scared to cite a source when I ain't read the whole book. I'm like, man, he's saying right here, but you got to read the whole book.
Hey,
That's true because, believe it or not, people will actually accurately quote an author, but they don't realize that the author is not really agreeing with their points. And, so that's to avoid that, so got to get it in.
Yeah,
it's not enough just to have access to a book. You have to have put in that work and read it. Now, sometimes it's not necessarily necessary, depending on the kind of question that you're researching. Because sometimes, for example, a book may be an edited work, and it'll be a whole chapter dedicated to a particular subject. So you don't necessarily have to read the whole book, just at least that chapter as it regards to that particular question. But it's pertinent that you have at least read half the book. That way you know the framework of the book and the essential arguments that the author is making.
All right, I just stop it there because I know sorry you have to go. So yeah, do you remember that? And you see now this is 5 years ago. We did this 5 years ago, I believe. Let me see. Was it 5 years ago? Yep. This video is 5 years old. It seemed like it was longer than that. Yep, 5 years ago. So yeah, anyway, do you remember that?
Yeah, I vaguely remember the conversation, but one thing you could say is that we've been consistent on this point.
Yeah.
That's just the cloth that I'm cut from. You don't have an opinion about subjects and or texts that you have not read. It just doesn't happen where I'm from. I don't know. That's the new nowadays, that y'all write whole book reports on books you ain't read.
Right. So I wanted to play that though because and you hit it. Shows consistency because I know I've been saying the same thing since day one. You've been saying the same thing. And what's crazy to me though is specifically the brother Unk in that video. He's on the same page 5 years ago in that video, but now it's something different going on where he is actually advocating that you don't have to read a book, that all you have to do is Google, Wiki, or ChatGPT something, and whatever the experts say about that something, never mind the quality of your prompt and your questions and whatever resources ChatGPT give and everything like that, then that's okay. So there was a big change there that I recognize. Whereas, I know I've been consistent and now that video, the clip that I just played is like way along in the video. That's like after an hour and 30 minutes of us talking. And we were talking about the Sound of the TV Awards. But I think what came up too is your guy, Dr. Clyde, Clyde Winters. He may be a doctor. I don't know if he has a PhD. I don't mean any disrespect. But Clyde Winters said on the phone, like out of his mouth, that he would accept a book report from his students when they have not read a book, but yet they write a book report and turn it in. And he actually said yes, he would. I think you were the one that asked him that, right?
Yes, because the issue was Jean-Claude Mboli's book. So back on Jean-Claude Mboli again, he wrote a blog about Jean-Claude Mboli's book and hadn't read the book, and it was clear that he hadn't read the book because he was making arguments that Jean-Claude Mboli did not make. And what's ill about it is that critique, so-called in air quotes, that critique of Mboli by Winters is now a part of the data set
in ChatGPT.
Yep.
Which is why you can't rely on ChatGPT, because this skewed information becomes part of the data set for which it is trained on.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why you have to learn. You have to take the time. And as much as we love y'all watching our shows and being part of our conversations, I highly recommend reducing your social media time, reducing your television time, and just start picking up some texts that require you to learn and do exercises, and you'll start to appreciate and understand information better.
Mm-hmm. So we got one more clip before you go.
All right.
One more clip before you go. Man, if I could get it fast enough. Okay, here we go, right there, and take that off, and just shrink. Okay. So I think I got to back this up a bit. Okay, so I'm just gonna play this. Oh, I gotta share it. Sorry, y'all. Share this real quick. So I just played a clip now, just to show the consistency in the absurdity of trying to form an opinion, trying to argue, trying to debate about a book or anything that you have not examined or analyzed or investigated yourself. To me, that's crazy. Now I know everybody's not the same, so I get it. But I want to share this clip to show the difference. Now, everybody on the panel agreed at that time, 5 years ago. The clip I just played, everybody was in agreement on that panel. Smash chimed in, I chimed in, Asar chimed in, the brother Unc chimed in. He said, nope. He said, sure don't. Unc said, sure don't. Nope. He said, I tried it, got beat up on it, blah, 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 right? Y'all heard that. So now I'm going to play this one here. This is recent. This is what's going on today, in today's time. All right, so here we go. Play this right here. So hopefully you'll be able to hear it. I'm not saying that somebody has to get a degree in something in order to do X, Y, and Z. What I'm saying though,
I ain't saying it. I'm saying
without
knowing the answer to the questions you asking us.
Look, would it be
possible? That's what I said.
Listen, I'm gonna repeat what I said. There's no way around this. All I'm saying is that where I come from and how I'm built and how I was raised academically is that you don't form an opinion about somebody's work without examining the work. Now, that's my statement.
I got you.
Don't add to it. Don't take away from it.
All right, I'm off that statement. So I don't know where the hell you come from. Wherever it is you come from, it seemed like a nigga could never do nothing else but read a 700-page books on everything they wanted to know about. That's not even making no sense though, Woo.
But
that's too much.
Hold
yeah,
on,
that's too much. You asking people for too much now.
Let me see if I can do this. Let me see if I can do this.
I'm actually not.
Let me see.
That's a little bit too much, bro.
Okay,
if I was to say,
that's too much, yo.
Check it.
You shouldn't have to learn Netcher, yo, to realize whether Netcher has been deciphered. It's the point I'm trying to make here, and I know I'm not. Maybe I'm just fucking crazy.
Hey, calm down.
Why are you talking over me? I'm
in
the middle of saying
I know you're not. You're finished. Hold on. Let me just ask you this.
So Shezmu, after
why would you ask me a question in the middle of me saying what I'm saying?
Because I
Shezmu?
want y'all to have, camaraderie.
We got camaraderie. You messed it up.
I'm not. I'm really moving the crowd. Listen. So if I was to ask you, or if I was to critique your book, say your book is garbage, go out. I heard you got a book on Amazon, and I didn't read your book. Would you say I could really critique your book? Even if I ask people, hey, what do you?
And you read it, and you read the report that says pseudoscientific evolution don't even work like that. You don't gotta read it, bro. You can safely take that critique, then put it in ChatGPT and see if it's credible. Come on, bro. You don't sit and act like a nigga gotta read all of Charles Darwin's work. You don't gotta read none of Charles. A basic search on in an Encyclopedia Britannica would be enough, bro. Trust.
All right, I think I played enough of that, and I see Asar had to bounce. But yeah, so there you
No.
have it.
See, yeah, that's crazy, right? This is what we always say. Like, as listeners, you really have to be like you have to have the memory of an elephant because people will take advantage of forgetfulness in people because you can see like what it is to be like being consistent and what it is being like when you just flip flop all over the place, go with the wind. That is just crazy because and the fact that even in the clip that you played, that Ankh was just hyperboling stuff, like misunderstanding what is being said, talking about like you ain't gotta understand the whole of Darwin theories and all that kind of stuff when that was not even being said. Like somebody say something, and this is even worse because misunderstanding can come from is more prevalent when you're reading stuff, but when you're hearing plain English and somebody say something, but then you just hear something completely different, that's when you start to get scared. Like, what is going on? Like, that was not even what is being said. And then the fact that you can go from we have to read books before we critique to I ain't gotta read it all. I just if another person says it's garbage or pseudo, and then I put it in chat GPT and he says this, like that is crazy.
Yeah.
U-turn. That is just, to me, that's crazy.
Well, so all right, we've covered all the points. Brother Asar had to go. He said he may be back. So I'm gonna open up the panel. I'm paying attention to the chat now. So if you all are typing anything, you have a question. If you can't come on the panel, that's perfectly fine. But I am paying attention to chat. So I want to say peace out or peace to everyone in the chat. Appreciate everybody's tuning in, hanging out. It's 9:21 on the East Coast. We can hang out a little while longer. We've been going at it for a good while now. Don't want to make this too long, but hopefully the points were made. Hopefully you all, and I'm sure people have opinions about those points themselves and about what I said about them. And that's, I'm all for a healthy dialogue, and I don't expect people to be what they call it, Borg, and be clones of my mind or anything like that. But hopefully, I hope that you all got the points and even agree. But if we don't, it's no love lost. It's okay. We can have a healthy dialogue about it. So I'm about to post a link up here, and while I do that, I'm looking at the chat. Demand better TV, peace. So he says he didn't believe that's what's being said, that we don't understand what Unc is saying. Trust me, demand better TV. I perfectly understand, because that was me that was talking on that video, and it happens all the time lately. It's new because, as y'all heard back in the day, 5 years ago, I don't know what happened, but 5 years ago the stance was we're not doing that because people got embarrassed. We just discussed Clyde Winters did a whole critique about a book that he didn't read. He only read the table of contents. And then he looked at Google's preview. Google will allow up to 30 pages. I believe it was 30 pages as a preview. The book is 600 pages. Hold up. I had the book right here. Let me see how many pages this book is. The book is 625, 6, 7, 8, 29. The book is 629 pages, and the Google preview gave access to 30, but not even in a sequential order. And the man, I don't even want to say the man like that, but Clyde Winters read the contents and then he proceeded to do a critique and argue. And that's where I have the most problem with, is when people try to take the next step of arguing about something that they don't know about. Like, we can't be in a space, y'all. We can't be in a space where we are willing to, for the sake of content creation, we're willing to just do stuff like that. Just don't examine something, but then argue about it. Like, do we need content creation? Do we need to create content that bad? Think about it. Like I just don't agree with that. And I've been consistent. That's why I played the clip. I've been consistently saying this all the time. A lot of things, everything I say, like if y'all go through the archives on our channel, if the old Amara Squad channel was still up, you'll be able to see it. I've been very consistent, and I have some of those videos. I'm gonna upload, because before the channel went down, I was able to download some of them. And once I find them, I got them on my drive somewhere, on a drive somewhere. I'm gonna upload them somewhere, because those are really nice archives. I wish I had them all, but I do have some of them. We had some really good conversations on the old Amara Squad channel. But regardless, my point with me is that I've been consistent with pretty much everything. Like that's one thing. Even if you don't agree with me, and you might not even like me. Now I know I don't know a lot of y'all in the chat, so y'all don't know me enough not to like me though. But if you disagree with me, even if you disagree with me, one thing that you cannot get past is the fact that I am consistent. I'm consistent, and whatever we disagree on, we can have a fruitful conversation about it. And I've already started on this channel. I already started a series focused on what we can agree on. And I started with the brother Asaram Kah. He and I had a very good conversation on our previous show. So check that out. It was a good conversation. He came in at the last half of the conversation, and it was just me and him. And we were going through the things that we agree on. I threw some things out there and asked him if he agrees with that. And he said yes. And we walked down that path. And that serves as a much more fruitful conversation. We can actually build. Then it's not to ignore what we disagree on, but we can, the link, I'm sorry. I'm up here running my mouth and said I'm going to post the link, and I did not post the link. So let me post the link. I see Asar is back on. I think he's there. I don't know if his phone is going to let him stay on there, but yeah, so you back. I'm great. I'm great. Post a link. I need to pin it. So 1 second. Just going to post it real quick first. So here's the link for everybody. I just posted it. I'm trying to pin it for you all. So yeah, so I don't know if you were still listening. You could hear what I was saying last, or if you even heard that last video clip, the one I showed, the here and now, the different one, where people are saying the opposite. To a point, and then don't have to. Okay. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, and yeah, I can hear you loud and clear now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was saying that I heard up to a point of the video, and then the battery went out on the laptop.
Okay.
And I wasn't near a plug. So yeah, but it doesn't surprise me. At least what I heard. I heard enough to know that doesn't believe that you should re-evaluate.
Up there it is. It started to go. I see we had Brother Shesmu, who was actually on the panel on the clip that I played. So I posted the panel link. So we can hang out for a little while if y'all want to be on the panel. But I'm paying attention to the chat. So peace out we got Sean. Brother Sean has been in the building. Jehudi Ma'at's been in the building. Shesmu, Patah Amun, Proof Evidence been in the building. LA, Oklahoma. Matter of fact, let me make sure. Who do we have? We got Sean. Okay, yeah. LA, Oklahoma is in the building. Donnie Williams in the building. Ramza. Demand Better TV. Philitis. I already shouted you all out earlier. And I can't go back too far in the chat. So I'm checking out the chat. So here we go. So we got Alexis Isbell. is in the building. All right, so what was I saying? Yeah, so I guess, there's a few takeaways hopefully everybody got of the conversation tonight and everything. And there's a common theme with everything that we're saying. And I know that I have confidence that everybody in the chat can hear everything we're saying and can summarize it and see the common theme is that, when it comes to a scholarly environment dealing with information and the pursuit of objective truth, right? There is a level of rigor that you have to put forth, and you can't get around that. Now, here's the thing. Everybody has freedom of choice and of expression. And so it's not to say that if like people have to do something, like nobody's holding guns to people's heads or forcing people to do something. But there are requirements. It's like if you want to do this, then you have to do that. If you want X, you have to do Y. In order to get X, you have to do Y. So Y becomes the requirement. And if you're not in a position to do Y, then you're not going to get X. And it's just that simple. Like that's acceptable. And it's okay. It's okay. And so like I said, my personal biggest problem with all of this is the audacity of argument. The fact that people everybody don't know everything. So the fact that somebody doesn't know something or is not competent in something, that's fine. I don't fault anybody for that. There's so many things I'm clueless on, obviously. But the problem is when people who are in that state for a particular subject matter, they then step out there and try to argue. That's the biggest problem. And I say it like that. Y'all can hear it in my voice. That is the biggest problem. But that's what goes on. Why are people who are not interested in linguistics talking about linguistics? Or let me correct myself. Why are people who are not interested enough in linguistics arguing about linguistics? Let me put it that way. Because you can talk about anything, but you have to know your place when you're talking about it. Because something can spark my interest right now that I know nothing about, but it seems interesting, and I bring it up in a conversation, but I can't argue about it though. I don't know enough to argue about it. I shouldn't be forming an opinion, arguing from that uninformed opinion, because any opinion I give, it will be uninformed. You see, so there's a difference. But I'm gonna tell you, I said this the other day. If we were to abide by what I just said and only argue, I'm not saying talk about or raise, interest in things, but what I am talking about is arguing. The arguing, fussing, and fighting, the pushback, the adversarialism, the combativeness and stuff like that. If everybody were to take my advice or we lay down this standard, this law, and say, hey, you can't argue about something that you're not competent in. Do you know how quiet the YouTube streets would get? Do you know how quiet everything would get? It would get quiet on that front, but it would allow space to be more creative. I think people would do better things, because then you could focus on what you are competent in. And I see we have guests. And this is brother Kofi Paisa. Oh man, it is going to snow. What? I gotta look out the window, boy. Is it going?
Let me look out too, cause
is it going to snow in the summertime? In the summertime out here? Good gracious, man. Good to see you, brother Kofi Paisa,
What's
the
going on?
griots. What's going on? Peace.
Not much,
What's up?
man. What's Hotep, y'all? How y'all doing?
Good, man. How's the family?
Oh man, we good, man. How about on y'all end?
Oh, good. We good.
Yeah, that's
All
good,
right.
man.
So I
All right.
know you probably got some. I don't know how how long you've been listening or whatever, but you got the mic.
Yeah, I've been listening probably maybe about 30 minutes or so.
Okay.
My thing or my question is, when are we going? Going to stop operating in that space? You made a comment of, you know, people are saying and doing anything just to create content right now. So and we have allowed those others to create more content, because there's going to be a response after this. It's no it's no it's what is the end goal? I removed myself completely. I do something once a month on my channel. I don't know what nobody's doing. I kind of keep up with the conversations through the Kofi Piche Facebook Messenger, or I may look in the Seshu and see. So I kind of know, but I don't look at nobody platform, because I don't really care about what's going on, because we keep doing the same thing. We keep making these circular uh talking about these circular topics over and over and over, and it's been like that since I got exposed to the so-called online conscious community back in 2012. There has not been no progress. It's been a line drawn, and I just want to know, when is it a time for us or those to bow out and let the other ones have it? Because I mean, it's all it is it's confusing. And you make the statement of the circus, right? You know, we have to stop participating in the circus, even though we may not like things that what goes on. So we might not like the elephant, we may not like the lion, we may not like the clowns. You know what I'm saying? Why participate in it? It's the same thing if I'm not gonna go down the street where I know there is prostitution, there is drug vials on the ground. I'm just not going to even go over in that area. I'm not going to even pay no attention to it. I know I probably could go down there and try to change something, but once I go down there and I say, I give the youth, hey, look, I'm gonna give you this. You don't have to sell drugs. Let me show you an alternative to that. The ladies that's being promiscuous and selling their bodies, hey, let me show you something else. Let me give you another ideal, another outlet where you possibly could make some money for yourself. Maybe put a mirror on a drug addict and say, hey, I can help you do this, and you can and to get the person right. I can go and attempt to try that and go down that street. But once I have went down that street numerous of times, and I know that nothing that I'll say, nothing that I show will bring a better outcome down this street or down this block. I'm just gonna stop participating in it. I don't like it, so I tried to make it. I tried to change or open some people's eyes, help, show, put people in positions, put them in the right direction, give them some sound information, some sound advice. But when that don't work, why continue to keep going down that street? And I'm using that analogy and saying, when are we
No, I
going to
get it.
stop? When are we going to stop? And because when are we going to stop and just let them have that over there? Because regardless of what we say, regardless of what you show, regardless of what you demonstrate, it's going to always, right now, the biggest thing is the opposite. No matter if you are correct, they know you are correct. It's the entertainment part. It is the opposing side. The opposing side is more attractive. Saying what you want to say is attractive. Not reading books is attractive. Being dumb is attractive. Not thinking critically is attractive. So at one point, we have to wake up and say, man, look, we just gonna let them have that over here, and we may disagree with whatever they say, or even don't pay no attention to what they say, and let them go on, because they got their crowd, we have our crowd. Their crowd is a crowd that is not critical, they're not logical thinkers, they're not avid readers, they're bad persons in real life. So I just don't get it, man. That's why I fell back. And I have put myself in a better position, not worried about what's going on over there on that side, or participating in conversations when I know nothing's going to come out of these conversations, or nothing going to come out of me demonstrating something to to prove that what they saying is way out there, or far fetched, or they hadn't did the due diligence of research, or they not well read on topics that they are talking about.
So let me jump in on that, boy. You said a lot, and I echo almost everything you said, like literally, like you almost like it's almost like you my mouthpiece and what everything you said. But I don't know if you realize this, because I haven't. That's why I was it's good to see you, because I haven't seen you in a good minute. But I don't know if you realize this, but I have been completely gone for over a year and a half.
Mm-hmm.
I just came back on the scene, and so for me, just to add on, because everything you said, I wouldn't take anything away from anything you just said, because I echo those same sentiments. The only thing, speaking for me personally, because I'm acting like you asking me that question so I can answer that for myself, is that me coming back on the scene, I'm taking I'm taking a thermometer and measuring the temperature of everything. Like I'm trying to see if things change. I'm trying to see, I'm playing fisherman a little bit. I'm trying to see who's out the current bunch, who are the critical thinkers. Have the conversations changed? Have the bad character changed a little bit good, and stuff like that. So I'm basically, me personally, I'm in an assessment mode. So I'm watching videos I haven't seen in 2 years. So I'm trying to catch up, see who's talking what. And when I first came back on the scene, my first show was me giving my opinion of what I see. And it, I gave a bad report. Like I say that the conflict community, the title of it, the conflict community has failed you. And that's what I stand on, because there's no progress. Everything you said, everything is gone over and over again. I'm seeing people talk about things that we talked about 8 years ago, 6 years ago, 7 years ago, and so on and so forth, demonstrating this, teaching that, sharing this, sharing that, and people act like it's not there. But now I also realize that I'm not a widely known person in this conflict community at all. And our channel, the Sesh channel itself, is not widely known. We don't get 1,000 views in the archives, or even while we're live. We got 50 people watching now. This is probably the best, that we get. We get 50 or whatever. So I realized that in order to make change, like, there has to be a collective effort to change. And if we're not prepared to do that, then invoking what you said, it's like, okay, you can't waste time, because it's like the saying, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink, or whatever. So everything you said is really boils down to like thresholds. It's like, when is enough enough? Like, when do we reach the threshold where, okay, now we have to make a decision, And so I made that decision like almost 2 years ago. That's why I took a hiatus. I'm like, nah, I didn't sign up for this. And so now that I'm back on the scene, like I said, I'm taking assessment. I'm being optimistic, because I'm coming and I'm hoping, but I'm being let down. I'm disappointed. I'm let down. The conversations haven't gone anywhere. People are interviewing experts that are saying the same thing we've been saying for years, as if we haven't been saying it, but not coming back around and say, hey, the experts said this, that, and the other. Hey, Wujao and them, they've been saying the same thing too, or whatever the case is. I've been looking at some of those videos. As a matter of fact, I may just clip those and do commentary and review on things. So anyway, this whole blackology thing that people are obsessed with right now is because before I took my hiatus, I did shows on enough is enough about the blackology. I quoted Dr. Clark back then saying, get over the black, get over it, move on. People want to talk about Egypt, don't even study Egypt, but they want to argue about it. And when people talk about Egypt, it's all about whether they're black or not. And you miss the wealth of information that Egypt could possibly offer. It's like, man, when are we going to get past that and talk about the actual culture, the actual genius of the people, and then move from Egypt and go to other African cultures? Because I know you, as far as the Masi, as far as Kofi Paisa research team, I know that even in your focus and everybody on that side was focusing on non-Egyptian but African civilizations and communities and things like that. And so that blend should be where we're at, like trying to probe and find out more about the culture and different aspects of people. But this whole Egyptomania, blackology has taken preference over everything. But so that's just the answer. You answer your question as if you asked me personally. I share your sentiments. Me personally, right now, and I have not. I made this publicly known. I am measuring and I'm fishing, trying to find who is who's actually trying to learn, because my grammar book will be out. I'm teaching classes about the language. If anybody wants to learn about Egypt in any capacity, you have to go through the language. Don't expect to be effective or efficient and intimate with ancient Egypt if you don't get at least the basics of the language, because the only way you can enter the world of ancient Egypt is by way of its language. And this goes for any culture. If you want to be a bystander and just marvel at the pyramids and marvel at the mysteriousness of Egypt, then fine, that's cool. But if you want to actually investigate and research the culture, you have to do it by way of its language. And that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for people who are on that page. And everybody don't have to be on the same page. It's like a lot of room to do a lot of different things. So that's where I stand. And that's what I say to people. And that's my stance. And hopefully people understand that. So
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead, Amy. No, go ahead,
No,
Amy.
okay, Dua. So I was just gonna add to the question that Kofi, you asked. Sometimes the thing is, I think sometimes it's unavoidable. The interaction is unavoidable, and that comes in a sense that, for example, like okay, Wujao did take a break for a while, and then coming back, obviously the conversation goes on in some of the part of the work that he was a part of. So then, in that sense, people demand something from you. You know, the conflict is actually probably sometimes is based on what you've produced. So you are sometimes forced to have to go out there and explain to people, because sometimes your work can be misrepresented out there, and you don't want to leave it as that. So then you have that responsibility to do that. And I find it very very strange that even with that, with Wujao having been gone for that for that 1.5 years, I remember before we left, the argument were at that point, a lot of people were still not understanding what Wujao, Asa, and Sanjeri were trying to say in their research work in the book that they put out. So even Wujao leaving at that point, I remember even Ankh and them still didn't understand all that. And at that point, even I think their some kind of sides were drawn, where their expert, Medew Netcher experts at the time was Reggie and them, and Smash and them. And then when coming back recently, you realize that in you being away, Everything that you were saying, the people who are fighting you, all of a sudden are saying that you were right. And whoever they were with sides with, now they're not. So then they come to you and they tell you, help us argue this point. You know, which is crazy to me because it's like, because clearly in their arguments in that time away, they're handicapped themselves. They're handicapped because they don't have the skills. Let's just be honest. They don't have the skills. That's why you have to have experts come in, you know, um, to help them understand why, and help them find the points that they're looking for that they are incapable of actually finding because that's not their focus. But then the crazy part is people knowing that that is not their focus, but then always, always, always trying to be part of that conversation and critiquing and all of that. And that's what we are trying to say, that it's just, most of the time you have to understand your strengths and your weaknesses. You don't have to critique everything or be a part of every single conversations. You know, everybody has their strengths. You as Kofi Pasa, you know that you've been studying Sesh, Medew, Netcher. That's one of your focus points. You know that you've been studying other African cultures. That's your focus point. You don't see Kofi Pasa going out there discussing other things that he has, that even if he studies at home, you don't know about it, but he's not doing that unless he knows that this is something that I really spend my time focusing on. This is a difference that we're saying that is lacking a lot, because you see that the best way to go is slow. You have to be it's easy to know who's actually skilled at what they do because you can actually see their track record. What is it that they've spent time always learning? And then you can see those people who just pop up out of any nowhere, and then they'll be like, I'm gonna argue this point today. The next day they're gonna be arguing astrophysics. The next day they're going to be arguing a particular African culture on this particular African location. Another day they will be arguing about Egypt. But then you've never seen those people even teach anything about those things that they're critiquing about, you know. And that's when you understand that it is on content creation, and it is actually also up to us to actually pinpoint to the viewers and to the listeners that they have to also start being keen on what kind of information that they're digesting, because most of the time then they come back to us, and we've seen on our chat they'll start telling us like, well, Wujao, what is going on this issue? What do you mean by that? What do you mean that there's no chem that means black? What do you mean? Because after arguing on the other side, they still need some kind of help. And that's in that essence, we still kind of have to be involved in not just educating our viewers, but also those other people, because some of those people, even on in all those other platforms, are legitimately there with the understanding that they're listening to people who actually have taken time to study those things, not knowing that they haven't, you know. Some of them actually just know already and they're there for entertainment, but most of them don't even know that. They take people at their word.
Yes, yes.
Well, that
So Kofi,
that makes a lot of.
yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say what she said. It makes a lot of sense what she just said. So I can see why it's prevalent to kind of keep abreast of what's going on and choose your I guess choose your battle or your topics wisely, because you still don't want to leave people just on a cliffhanger or just out there not truly knowing. And that's where I kind of been at a I've been conflicted at myself. This is my second time I popped up on to support Sean on Tri Media, and I seen y'all live, and I said, well, let me peek my head in, because I do miss it. Because like I said, I've been gone also for a year and a half. Like, I just started doing things back on my YouTube channel about 8 months ago. I got a podcast called the Griot Podcast with two other hosts that don't know nothing about the conscious community, don't know who in the conscious community, don't know
Keep them
nothing.
away. Keep them
Right?
away now.
Most definitely, I do, because those guys are kind of like my business partner. So I do better if I'm not attached to this.
Be that immune system for them.
Yeah, and so I've created something called the Ways of the Griot TV. Well, I was gonna do recordings and put on because I miss it. I miss like actually talking about the culture and the traditions and a few other things I may come across on social media at times on Instagram where I want to write about or even just present some information on. But I'm like, nah, I don't want to do it because I don't want to be back involved in what's going on, or I get entrenched back into the arguments, and now I ain't doing work because I'm watching somebody else's platform, or So she just kind of gave me some to kind of go ahead, and it's okay to get back in there if you have a skill set and you want to share your skill set, you know what I'm saying, with some people who are misinforming or disinforming people on certain topics or on certain information, man. But like in me saying all that too was, I wish we all had like, some of us are doing the work. I just wish we had like an end game. Like it's just a competed cycle. I mean, we in 2024 and it's like we are stuck in time. We are still, and it's possibly what's going on before I even knew you, Hemi Cat, or before I even knew what a conscious community was back in 2012. But it's like the same thing. It's like everybody want to get on there and just argue and talk about, people's families and talk about themselves. It's not about the information. It's become like an ego-driven thing. Look at me, look at me, look at me. I know more than you. You don't know what you're talking about. Or like you saying, it has become content driven where I'm just gonna get out here and get on here and I'm gonna say some outlandish stuff. I'm gonna be on the opposing side. I'm gonna play devil avid. I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it. You gonna make it entertaining. But I mean, man, we still. It's. I'm hurt. I'm just saying. I'm speaking for me. I'm hurt because, bro, from 2012 to 2024, we should have had this ish together. It should be institutions. We should have institutions. We should have businesses where we're providing opportunities for people in those communities. We should have institutions for people that want to learn more about themselves, learn more about history, learn more about science, learn more about financial literacy. We should have all those things, man. We supposed to be the who or the De La Crown in this. So well, I thought so in this community, man, but we just keep going around in these circle of motions, man, and then people falling out with each other. People are friends, then they're not friends. People are insulting other people's wives, certain children's. You know what I'm saying? People are disrespecting a skill set that you have that they don't have, with something that I just totally disagree with. Why would you disrespect another person because they took the time and took the years to learn a certain skill set? They took the time to learn these certain skill sets, but you want to downplay them, you know what I'm saying, because you don't have that particular skill set. So now you want to go in and poke holes. It's just crazy. What is the, that's why, I'm asking, what will be the end result? And even people that's on here that produce content, when will we come up with an end result, a positive end result?
Nah, it's perpetual in the in the now type of stuff. Yeah, but I have my eyes on goals and institutions. Even I've been speaking institution language for a long time. I've been saying we need to have institutions. I remember, and I know you familiar with the Ka Kilimanjaro and Kemet Word Press publications. They have a lot of books. And I remember when they were first coming out, dropping them, and we were supporting and advocating, telling, suggesting other people to get them way back then, because one of the books was research teams and institutions and so on and so forth. But people are not really reading those and getting it. And speaking of, because everything you're saying, I mean, listen, you just sound like where you at? You still in Mississippi?
Yeah, I'm still in Mississippi, man.
Like you are, like, what you're saying is me in Mississippi right now. Like everything you saying is like preaching to the choir for real. But speaking of that, right? See, a lot of things disappoint me since I came back on the scene. And some of the stuff, I know if I say it, the way it'll be taken, it would come off real rude and stuff like that. So I only say what I feel that, because I got to walk around with like I'm walking on eggshells with people. People are sensitive and things.
Terrible.
And I, I get it. And plus me, I'm trying not to, because I don't want to be associated with a conflict community. I told people straight up and down, I have these adjectives for the so-called conscious community all along. I mean, I could show Facebook posts going all the way back to 2012. For 12 years, I've been seeing and noticing, voicing my opinion about it. So it's nothing new. It should be nothing new. But here's the thing. One of the things that I find crazy is what I said earlier. People have the audacity to position themselves to argue, fuss, and fight about information and topics and things that they're not competent in. And that has become the norm. It's like mediocre surface perusals of stuff has entitled people to trigger a live stream and argue, even to the point where setting up a debate in reverse. You don't debate. You don't grab somebody and say, I'm going to find somebody to debate you. No, debates are born out of the topics themselves, not you don't find somebody and stuff that I see going on. But here's another thing is that, like, we have groups of people that like minds get together. So we had the Sesh, Medew, Netcher. You have the Masi Warriors, Masi Clan, and et cetera, all the way down the line, right? So people are gonna gel together, right? You kind of come together and form a circle of stuff. And a lot of us got to know each other through these interactions. Most people I don't even know offline. I mean, 99% of everybody that comes in the chat and stuff, I don't know them personally. They don't know me. So nobody should dislike me because they don't know enough about me. But here's the thing. We form these groups based on a grown friendship online, right? And so anybody who's doing work, if you're their friend, even if you're their social media friend online, you're going to support. But the thing is, people cut the support short. Like, people will buy other people's work if it's a publication. If they're selling T-shirts, shoes, jewelry, or whatever, people will support. And that's part of it, because that's the financial aspect. If you support, you buy it, you're supporting, and you're helping them out. But when it comes to scholarship, writing books and putting out material, the support, there's another half of it. You have to actually read the material so that you can actually support the work, not just support the person financially by buying it, but you should read it and find out what the person is saying. And if you can digest it and understand it, then you should champion and help the person out that way by advocating the actual work. But what I'm seeing, though, is people will buy the books and support that way, which is good. I'm not knocking that. But then that's where it stops. They don't go further. And that's put a period there. But then on top of that, people would then turn around and call those same people pseudo, or have a disagreement with them for whatever reason and call them pseudo. And then that over time discourages people from supporting the book in the first place, which was the original intent. And so I'm seeing all of this stuff, and we got to call it like it is. And that's exactly what it is. So,
yep, you buy the book, and then you have a little conflict on a piece of information, and then you're gonna burn the book.
Yep.
Like,
people
to me,
burning
a lot
books,
it
people
don't make sense.
shooting arrows in books, people shooting with guns. I think I've seen that before. I think the brother Polite did some stuff like that. I think with Shaka Ahmos or whatever. I don't know. I don't. It's blurry, but all that stuff goes on. I mean, I've seen it, and we've seen it. So it's amazing that people would get mad at these descriptions. At least from me, I call the conflict community, circus community, meaning wild. It's wild out there, wild, wild west, all that kind of stuff. But everybody sees it and knows it. I've seen people break up. I've seen people air out their dirty laundry online, then make up again. I've seen, all that kind of stuff. I'm playing catch up on these videos. I'm playing catch up. So I'm seeing this stuff. I'm like, man, are you serious? So anyway, I'm disappointed. I want to see everybody win. I really do. I want to see everybody win. And I'm trying to deal with it for posterity, for like the upcoming folks. Like, what are we going to put in place? Because things are deteriorating. Everything that I could think of, and now I know how my parents felt and grandparents felt to a degree. Because I'm at that age now. It's like I'm looking back. I'm like, man, things are deteriorating. Because when I'm young, I'm thinking my parents complaining about the music and stuff like that. I'm like, oh, y'all just old school. Y'all old. Y'all don't understand. This is it. But now I'm in that position and I'm flipping. And I'm like, man, the music has deteriorated. The quality, that is, the quality of a lot of things are going down, and it's alarming to me. So anyway, I ain't gonna keep rambling. So got brother Unc on. We got the brother Sanjetti. So let me just pass the mic around and get you all's thoughts on what's been said. I don't know to the extent of what's been heard and listened to, but we've been on for about 3 hours.
Yeah, I've been on for a minute. Hey, what's going on, Kofi? How you doing? How you doing, Emma Cat?
What up? I called you 3 times today, man.
I know I must have missed that, man. I was getting my little workout in. I'm a little bit older. I get to working out, boy. The recovery time is longer. So yeah, I heard Emma Cat say something. I heard you say, Emma Cat, that me and some other people were kind of going back and forth with Wuja before he left over his book. I still disagree with the riparian. I think Wuja did a good job in the conversation we had to kind of talk about that. But I just overall just disagree with that. And I gave my reasons, so we don't got to fight that. But I never needed Wuja to come back and help me dealing with Smash Scamwell, because it was clearly a scam. It was clear misinformation. It was black algae at levels I wasn't expecting. So I didn't need Wuja to come back for that. It was good to see the brother back in place, because that's what he actually shows his skill set at. So it was good for him to do that. So it was nothing that was needed as far as my side of the house was, because it was clear. I understood the social constructs. I got enough basic understanding of colonialism and how they renamed themselves in the 1700s, and how they renamed African people and gave them whatever name they wanted to, Negro. So I was clear in this conversation, and I understood the merits of my conversation. So I just wanted to kind of get that straight a little bit, Emma Cat. I think the community is actually in a good space. It's a great space where we can talk about Netcher, we can talk about Egypt, and we can apply scientific understanding to these principles, where people just can't be disingenuous about anything anymore. And so I think you make the best point, Wuja. Like, man, we different and we not going to agree, and we don't got to get mad over it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not even getting mad at Sean anymore. I think he's wrong as shit right about now, the way he's throwing away and misinterpreting science, right? But, you know what I'm saying? I think that's his right to think that, right? And I think I've grown in that. I just get a little perturbed when people act like they not talking crazy to you because they say it in a little smoother way. And when I react to it, then, oh, I'm the guy out the window. That's some shit Jabari does on a regular basis, right? And that's what I don't appreciate, the disingenuousness. But I actually enjoy the space we're in, because we don't have to agree with each other. We can have a conversation over scientific consensus, a popular consensus. We can have all these conversations, and that doesn't actually put a mark against our friendships and what we built over time. I think the thing that messes up our friendships when people start throwing stuff in the game that just should not be there. Like when Smash lies about me beating him out of $20,000. Ain't none of y'all never heard that before. So why would he say it? Because he's backed up in a corner and doesn't have the scholarship to fight his way out. So then he goes to that bag, right? And that's the stuff that mess our friendships up. Not the fact that we disagree. You know what I'm saying? Not the fact that we have squabbles, because I think it's good. We just got to make sure the level is right. Like, I don't got to be howling and screaming.
You know what I'm saying? Wuja, you don't got to throw some shots sometimes you throw. You do. But I think we're getting better at it. And I actually appreciate you coming back. So I don't agree with half of that stuff y'all saying. I don't agree with the linguistics conversation, right? But that's fine. I should be able to disagree, show you my disagreement, and don't have to get a degree in it. To be able to have enough literacy in those subjects to say, look, I'm going to stand back. I'm going to wait until it get into the general scientific field, right? Before I make my real overall assumption. So I absolutely feel like that Asar, good dude, right? He brings Emboli into the community. My question to Asar would be, because Asar was on here earlier. So Asar, did you read Emboli's work? And where is your critique on Emboli's work that would make you stand before us and say, yeah, this is what it is, and this is what's going to change aspects of the linguistics field, and this is what's going to add to the linguistic field. See, that's what I want to know. So we should be able to. You got Kofi there. Kofi can put that together for him. He can actually put together the critique of Emboli's work in English, right? Since y'all can read French. Well, you said you translating French and Asar can read French. Then why not go ahead and publish your critique with Kofi and them that help for the business? Kofi doing a great job with those publications. And I think that would actually help a little bit, at least for us. So I'm just never that guy to fold. When I say fold is, no matter how good our friendships is, if I'm understanding, right, based off of reading the literature over 15 years of what science is, how to communicate it, the ups and downs, the rights and wrongs. And if I clearly got my finger on the pulse, what's the pulse? The pulse is this community for a long time has been tricking people. And I'm saying, I don't want to be a part of tricking people. I want to be a part of the process that would motivate children to go to schools. Big up to Dr. Oyamayat. Scientific camps, getting funding for that. It's top notch. I want to be a part of that. So I think the community is in a good space. We critique each other because that's what scholars do. Not call myself a scholar. That's what researchers do. They have conversations over these things. And if we can just tighten it up a little bit, man, I think it's a good thing for us. I do not have a problem with y'all disagreeing with anything I say. I think it teases out the argument. And I think it's a good thing. We just don't got to go too far sometimes, right? And I think, Wu, since you came back, I think we're doing a better job of that, man. So I don't know how Smash going to react when he come back into it, but it got real ugly between me and him. And, you know, as far as I'm concerned, the shit's still ugly. So I'm not going to get up here and act like it's not, because it is.
So what's the end result? Like what's the end result? Cause we like what I've been saying is, you say it's nothing. You feel like the community in a better space.
In a better space now.
You say it's in a
Hey,
better space. So,
but Kofi, I'm sorry, Kofi, just real quick. If I don't want you to lose your thought. If you feel like you're gonna lose your thought, then go ahead and go. But I just want to pass the mic to Sanjetti real quick.
Oh, go ahead.
At least everybody have a chance to touch the mic, and then we can go through, because I want everybody to get their full speech on. So, Sanjetti, what's good? Good to see you.
Hotel. How's my volume?
Loud and clear.
Okay. All right. Peace, everybody. Pardon me, I'm a little exhausted from work earlier. So let me chime in. One, I'll touch the Emboli thing. We've been discussing his work for over 10 years now. And I'm just going to be straight honest with y'all, because I'm not going to be here too long. I get tired of it. I'm tired. This is one of the reasons why I pulled back, so I could focus on a particular community. People over the past few years been asking me, yo, man, where you at? Like really asking me, like, haven't seen you. Well, there's a comedic community that I felt really needed my attention, and my thing is, if we're going to point out problems and we claim to have solutions, then work the solutions. I'm one of the people who've been most critical about community. So instead of complaining about it, I did something about it. So I buckled down I've been teaching Metal Netcher for the past few years to the Kemetic community. I didn't really care much to do it all on, be all in public about it because I was needed somewhere else. So I put my attention there. And of course, raising family, working, school, etc. And now that I'm pretty much done with the calendar project, now you will see more of me publicly, even on my YouTube channel. So the conversation, is around Kemet, right? And I'll just be straight with y'all. It's really disheartening to me, how the dialogue has been mischaracterized, and I'm gonna say this to everybody. None of us are saying that Kemet was not an African civilization. I'm gonna say this: Kemet was an African civilization.
Facts.
By modern definitions of Africans, they were black people. Okay, let me say it again for everybody in the back. Okay, and I'm rubbing my head like this because this is years of just frustration of, yeah. Kemet was African civilization. By modern standards, they were black people. Okay, all right. So we said it. All right. Now, people get up in a bunch because the word, the place name doesn't mean black people. It's okay. All right. Zimbabwe doesn't need to mean black people in order for Zimbabwe to be an African civilization. Okay. Same thing. All the research has been put in front of everybody. Okay. It's been put in front of everybody. We're not hiding it. It's there for everybody to read. But however, you get people who now all of us have personal issues. So we put our personal issues out on the forefront for everybody to see. All of us have some type of insecurities. I have them. We all have them. And you put them in front and it becomes a mess because people want attention. And then those who can't handle said research information will then galvanize other people, get people's emotions into it. Like, oh, they're saying that Egyptians are, or the Kemites are not black. And they get everybody up in a bunch, and I guess it gets tiring. Okay, it's people. It's okay. It doesn't need to mean black people in order for Kim to have agency. It's okay. Okay, and I just laugh at this. Now, someone said in the chat, I guess I left to go dressed in white. People, listen, it's like talking to grown men who are 10 years old. That's what it's like. Like, come on, everybody, come on. So traditional African people wear white. It's common. West Africa, Central Africa, South, ancient Kemet, it's all over. It's very common. Now, if you don't want to wear white, don't. It's okay. Why, hold on. Why did Raw Squad leave you? Okay, that's another conversation. We're not going to get into that.
That's Sean saying anything being trolling. We call it trolling these days. And
no. Someone else said that just now.
No, that's Sheffrin. I guess he's pointing at Unc, but yeah, we're not. We're not getting
that was coming off for Sean. Come on, man. I'm telling you.
Okay, yeah. I mean, we don't need to argue. See, let's see what we're falling into.
How you doing though, Sinjet? I ain't heard from you in a while, man. Good to see you, brother. You looking good. How the family?
Appreciate it. I got a phone. Hey, listen, I got a phone.
I called you.
Mm-hmm. You can call me.
I know we ain't stopped talking. I called you. We've been doing our thing. You went off to do what you wanted to do because I always know you wanted to do that. I always know you wanted to do that, whatever you was doing. I know you enjoyed that. Sometimes I think it's just good, man, to give each other some space sometime, bro. So I ain't want to worry. I called you though. You ain't called me back. I always be the first one to reach out. I do. Hey, Wu, don't I call you? You didn't answer the phone in a year and a half. I call you though, right, Woo?
No, I can't say yes or no because I actually changed. No. Seriously, I'm giving you the benefit of consideration because I changed my phone and I didn't transfer my contacts. So so some numbers have been calling me, but I don't answer, man. I that's just my thing. If I don't have the name in there, so I had to collect people's numbers, information again. You know what I mean? So.
All right, so Jay, I'm gonna
So,
call you tomorrow,
all
man,
right.
and check in with you and the family, man. Make sure y'all good, man.
So if anybody wants to actually know my position, people comments in the chat, you could message me or just straight ask, in a civilized way. But if people want to know where I've been at, I've been focusing on the community, because those are the people who needed the metal Netcher the most. So that's why I focused, and other, study techniques, etc. So that's what I've been doing. Raising family, self-improvement, etc. That's what it's been. But, I'll be coming out, soon. You'll be seeing more of me. I'll be doing more presentations on my channel. Coming up, regarding the Kemetic calendar. So that's been something that's I've concentrated in the past year on that, really intensively. And working with other scholars, behind the scenes, helping other people out. Anyone know who Dr. Okua is? I had the privilege of working with him for a few weeks, in his latest publication that's going to be coming out, just being, helpful to others, being in service to other people. And that's what it's about, because if you're Kemetic, it's where you're using the literature to inspire your behavior. This thing is about behavioral change. If it doesn't change your behavior, then what are we using it for? So you have to be a service to other people. Take your skill set and serve other people to help other people improve their lives, and improve yourself, and always take your agency.
All right, that's good. So Kofi, I know I had stopped you, and I didn't want you. Yeah, I didn't want you to lose your thing, but I wanted to give everybody a chance to have their open, comments and stuff. So Kofi, you still there? You still got your thoughts?
I remember you was asking me a question. It's a good question. I can
let me remind you, Kofi. You were about to ask Unc like the end game, like what's the goal and stuff. Like, remember, so that should jog your memory.
You said that like I be honest, like I said, I don't know a whole lot. I just know bits and pieces because I'll look in the chat sometimes and I'll see people commenting about who doing what the topic is or whatever the case is. But it from just looking at it and just listening to this today seems like it's like the same thing. So, and I know we done talked before in the past about like it's nothing wrong with disagreements. You know what I'm saying? Like I always told you and everybody else, I'll never fall out with any. If I can, I don't throw the word friend around loosely. So if I meet good people online, you know what I'm saying, and meet them in person, and I call them a friend. If we have a disagreement about something, I'll never fall out with nobody over disagreement, disagreeing. I have a problem when, like, from what I seen before I left, and it seemed like it's the same thing. People are entitled to disagree or be on the opposing side. You know what I'm saying? But it's how you do it. Sanjeti mentioned civilized a while ago. He don't mind, and I say that a lot too. I'll have a conversation with anybody long as they civilized with me, long as they not trying to lip boy me, long as they not trying to stroke their long as they not trying to sun me or or thinking they getting a one up on me. I have a conversation with anybody, right? But I think what the issue and what the problem is, like for me and for others, is when you are on the opposing side and you're presenting something, you don't have to be super aggressive. It doesn't have to be ad hominems, and it need to be some correction if you are going in a direction of being civilized and having a conversation because you want other people to learn, because confusion can be a turnoff for other people, where now people can't learn because someone is aggressive, someone is throwing ad hominems, or it's no correction on the panel or confusion on the panel when you're trying to convey something and you got other people who is being derogatory to other people because they don't like the other person. So we still going in a direction where it's conflict. It's steady conflict. Everybody is, it's not a conversation. It's not, it's fussing. It's fussing back and forth. So I'm asking, what is the end result? You said the community is in a better place right now. So what is the end result? So so we know that everybody can get, I know everybody can get on here and fuss. Everybody can get on here and fuss and cuss and say, "Nah, you stupid, you dumb. That's your mama, your kids. That ain't right. You ain't an expert." Everybody know we can get on there and we can holler all this stuff, all these things, right? We know we can do that. We have perfected that in that community. So what's the next step after that? Like what's the next step? I keep asking people. Nobody can tell me.
I could tell you.
What's the end result? And that's what I'm saying. Like he mentioned solutions. So what is the solutions behind this? Because that's why I left there's no solution. So what is the solution? Are we going to stay online and argue? Or are we going to come together or figure out something where we can bring solutions to the table for those who want to learn? Like I want my son. I've been begging for this. My son, I want my son to watch some of these programs, but they can't watch them because I'm scared to let them watch them because of the antics, the confusion, the bad behavior on here. So it takes away from the children learning. So is what we doing for the children? Because I thought we always say we for the people, we for the babies, but I don't see that being demonstrated that we are actually for the people by bringing solutions. And we for the babies, we're creating content where our babies can watch exactly what we're doing because these things are being archived. So if I want my son to listen to something about archaeology, I can say, well, shoot, I'm gonna take you to the Bro Unk channel, and Bro Unk, these are the episodes that he did. I'm gonna lay it out. He can be able to explain it better for you, and you will be able to identify with him because he's a black man. And listen to what he says, and he's able to break it down where it actually makes sense to you. Where you ask, I can't. A lot of these stations, we can't do that because the content is not for children. Even though we say we trying to save the babies and it's for the babies, it ain't. Even when we say we're trying to correct things, where is we still not bringing a solution? It's a competed cycle of everybody arguing against each other, and everybody wants to stroke their ego. So where is the solutions, or can we come up with some solutions, and can we come up with some civilized content for our babies?
Yeah,
that's the
if
question.
I may,
He was
if I may,
asking
because
me
I'm about to
though,
leave.
Sinjetti. He was asking me,
Yeah,
Sinjetti.
yeah, I'm about to leave. So y'all can have it, but I want to, if I may, Kofi, on my channel coming up, I will have good content on there. I'm going to have some study materials on there, study lessons. So our young sons and daughters who are in high school, college, they need study techniques to be successful. These are things that I learned. I wouldn't be giving that. They need videos on anatomy, physiology. I want to have that because they're going to have a medical background. And again, that's my work. That's what I do. Science is my job. That's what I do every day. So I'll be offering that on the channel. So you need, help with like writing. I've been doing all kinds of things on there. It's educational that you can use, that high schools can say, hey, I'm going to go to that channel because I got this test in biology. I can go to Sinjetti's channel and look at some reviews on how to study these things, etc. I'm gonna be having that because these are things that are practical usage. No arguing back and forth, because I'm not into that. Y'all know that. So hopefully that can be a good offering in that direction. That's going to be beneficial. And all the bickering, spending 5 hours, on just arguing back for us. I'm not having that. So it'll be something that, our teenagers, etc., that they can use to help themselves.
All right. That's what's up.
So and hey, Shesmoot, hey, brother. Now, if you're referring to what I'm saying, that's okay. You don't need to look at it because what you're calling boring is actually what gets things done, not entertainment. Boring is what builds civilization. Boring is what makes great men and women. People such as Second to Joe did the boring stuff in order to be great. He didn't do all the flapping and all other kind of stuff. How do you think we got that? So, and again, and I'm not here to do the entertainment. Everyone else can do that. I'm here to give you the actual information. So look out for a Kofi. You know what I mean? So, hey, brothers, it's good talking to you. Seeing y'all.
1 second before you go, just real quick. I know, Uncle, you could flow, but Sanjay, before you go, I want to. You said you had an upcoming project, and I'm sure you're gonna have like a speak on it more and have like a kind of release with the calendar project. So definitely keep me with that prior to, so I can kind of join in on advocating, promoting that.
All right, indeed, family. All right, everyone. All right, everybody be in good health. Peace.
All right, peace.
All right, see, Daddy. Peace, brother. Yeah, so Kofi, I don't actually make content for kids. I make content for college students. Got a lot of college students turned in mature high school students tuning. All my sons and daughters, they tune into the show, and they be laughing at people at times. When they just go wild. But you said the end goal. I'm doing it. Right, I'm actually doing it. If you ain't been around for a while, a lot of interviews with experts. Some people is hating. Some people actually thought we brought the experts for them, which is totally ridiculous. I always enjoyed since Blog Talk days interviewing people. I just stepped my game up. I went from interviewing out of their mind pseudos like Phil Valentine and everybody that y'all think y'all respect to actually interviewing people that's actually in these fields, man. A lot of good top-notch interviews. And so I have great conversations with it. They don't seem to think that we out of order what we doing. It's just the nuts, Kofi. And I'm going to say the things that everybody don't want to say. People, it seems to be messing with their money or something, Kofi. It seems to be going against the grain. Because I'm going to tell you what I hear a lot of people saying. And Sean say this all the time. Why you change? Well, last time I checked, if you're not changing, you're not growing. If you're not growing, you're dying. Right? I made the argument that ancient Egypt is an indigenous African civilization ranging in skin color. Right? I use evolution to tell that story. They threw tomatoes at me. They act like, oh, you're not African no more, you're not black no more. Like, I'm not even understanding that type of conversation, Kofi. I'm not even there. Right? I'm not sitting here, right, wasting my time. Okay, like I can run down a linguistic conversation and what the field is talking about and what's the strengths and weaknesses of it, right? So I'm not giving these college students, when I go in and teach a class for Dr. Matt, I can't go in there with half work, right? When when we put that information in the journal, they was rejecting half our stuff. It took over a year. All that half-baked stuff that we think is straight top-notch, dude, it's not getting in the level. So I'm just saying, I just raised my game, bro. And I'm hoping everybody can look at me. I know I'm the laughing stock, which is bananas to me, but raise your damn game and get that shit amongst the experts. And Wu-Jai, I heard y'all talk about lazy scholarship. Let me tell you what I think is lazy, Wu-Jai. That the people that's calling people lazy don't have a damn degree in said subject. That's lazy to me. That's the lazy way out. If you're going to critique, right, experts like you claim you can, then the non-lazy way will be actually to get a degree. Go ahead and take yourself 2 years or 4 years, right? Go ahead and get in a good school, right, where you can get in that department, right? Because I'm around all that now, right? And get some department heads to read your material. Be like, yeah, I got a good student here. Sit with them for a while, couple years, and get that work in there, bro. That's how it's done. That's not being lazy. if you think that the general public is lazy because they ain't taking courses in linguistics, I think that's a way to trick everybody. And I'm gonna say it. And
Okay,
on the
so let me
other
say,
hand, let me finish. And on the other hand, right, we all have our understanding what it is. So the end goal for me is to continue to get funding, right, for science literacy. Me and Dr. Meow is doing that. Continue to move the community forward, right? And the more we get closer to science, the more we can understand and really love Africa. So it seems as if I'm abandoning Africa, when in actuality, science is going to raise Africa and the African Americans where they need to be. That's just my point.
okay, so I just want to address two things you said, and you do this all the time, and I
Getting frustrated?
have confidence in you, in that you can do this.
Okay.
That I never said that somebody has to get a degree in linguistics.
You never said
to
that. You never
critique.
said that, bro.
But you just said that though a second ago, and I could rewind it.
I said
what
you
just
said it. I said you said it.
No, you're saying it as if because you said because evidently the whole show is about intellectual laziness. So your pushback was your spill that you just said, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And so you're comparing, and this is what you do, and you're not the only one.
Okay.
You exaggerate things, right? So let's slow it down and deal with the nuances, right?
All right, let's slow it down.
So again, a person doesn't have to have a degree, because you said what's lazy is why don't I, for example, get a degree in said subject. So that's your pushback, but never was mentioned that you have to have a degree. The point, and I want to make this very clear with you, that I got you here right now.
Yeah, you know we're here.
Exactly.
I'm pulling up, Woo. You told me to pull up.
So here's the thing. What I'm saying is that you have to have a level of competency before you raise your head and try to argue about a topic. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying, and I keep saying this, I'm not saying you have to, and I'm on record saying this, I'm not saying you have to get a BA, a master's, or a PhD in a said subject. What I'm saying is that you have to have a level of competency. You at least have to have the fundamentals, and it depends on the subject matter. So certain subjects you need more or a greater sense of competency in it than others. That's what I'm saying. So for you, for example, you don't have competency in linguistics, in historical comparative linguistics. So why are you arguing about it? That's my question to you.
Question?
Yes. Why are you arguing about it?
Because I do have the fundamentals. I have the fundamentals.
I'm gonna test you right now. So hold on. I'm gonna drop everybody out. I'm gonna drop everybody out.
No, don't. Nah, we're not gonna play the silly game. See, this is when it gets silly, Woo. So this is when it gets silly, Woo. Listen.
Everybody stay here.
Listen. Hey, man, come on, yo.
Nah, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm not gonna interrupt you. Go ahead.
That's the scam right there, bro. Let me show you what the scam is.
Nah, you gonna put
having
up the
fundamentals. Having fundamentals is understanding.
We gonna see your fundamentals.
Come on, bro. Come on, yo.
All right, go ahead.
Come on, bro. You ain't gonna cut me off no more, yo. And I'm not your little circus guy where you can play with me. So don't play with me, Woo. Let's keep it right where we're supposed to be. Hold on. Let's keep it right where it's supposed to be. So when I'm talking about fundamentals, I'm saying that understanding what the field is, understanding the strengths and weaknesses, and understanding when you saying stuff that ain't matching up with reality of what the field is talking about, Woo. Now, if you start asking me linguistic questions, no, I'm not competent in that, but I'm competent enough to know where the field is at, right? Where the strengths and weaknesses is, and how the thing's supposed to be pushed forward in the damn field. I'm competent enough to know that you're not going to sit outside the field and change the field and add nothing to the field. It's rare, okay? I'm competent enough to know that, Woo, if that's what you think you're trying to do or prove. So I'm here, bro. I don't do no running.
Okay, so you and I talking apples and oranges then.
Because that's what I'm talking about.
Wait. Hold on. Let me say it. So I heard what you said.
Yeah.
So your definition of competency is definitely different than mine. So right now we're at a point of misunderstanding each other. So I'm gonna make this clear to you. What I'm saying. So let's take linguistics for example, the historical comparative method.
Yeah.
In order for you to argue things about the historical comparative method, you have to at least be competent in the fundamentals of the method itself. Do you agree or disagree with that?
Ask the question one more time. To do what? To be competent in go ahead.
Okay, scratch what I just said.
No, I like that. Go ahead. I want to write it down. I want to get it straight.
Okay, what I'm asking you
Comparative
is
method.
the historical comparative method.
I do not know how to do that, but I understand what it is. And if a person was,
Well, I didn't finish.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm just repeating myself.
Mhm.
So, because I'm trying to establish your definition of competency, what you just explained,
Right.
and what I mean by it.
Right.
Okay. So I'm saying I'm using the historical comparative method specifically. So I'm saying with the historical comparative method, my question to you is, if you're going to argue about the historical comparative method and the activities and endeavors within it, do you agree that you at least have to know about the historical comparative method itself, what the method is and what's involved with it? Do you agree with that?
I think a person would have to be able to combat misinformation. So, for instance, if you was to say that the Afro-Asiatic has not went through the comparative method, right? I think people that are very basic should understand that it has and should be able to name some people that actually did it to that language. At least one, at least have a fit or have the means to go to certain universities online and look it up. I think you should be competent enough to look it up. That's what I teach. I teach competency in being able to find proper sources on said subject. That's what I teach. You know, Sean might teach methodology and the research like he really in the lab some damn way. You may teach to do that, but I'm telling you what I teach, Doug. And I'm saying what I teach don't get in the way of what you teach, because I already know you competent in a lot of stuff. That's why you'll hear me say something being funny. Well, I know you competent in understanding historical method and understanding linguistics. Then you know damn well Bantu ain't connected to Afro-Asiatic. And that's what I hit you with the joke. Like, come on, yo, I know you know that. So I know where your level of competency is. I know where Asar is. I know where Sinjeti is. I never was that guy. Bro. I was the guy that wanted to teach people how to get to real sources, how to go to universities and find that work. Right? That was always my thing. And I think it served me well, though, Woo. So yeah, that's why I could always have a conversation with y'all. I could always have a conversation. So if you used to tell me that Afro-Asiatic has not went through the quote unquote historical comparative method, I would say that's not true.
Okay.
That's what I would say. And would I be wrong in that?
Well, I'm just saying both of us are doing very well at being respectful for letting each other talk. But I have to say this though, Unc. You did not answer my question. I heard what you said, everything you just said, but you didn't answer my question. So maybe I need to ask it better. Yeah,
No,
ask it better.
Ask it again.
So, all right. So, because what I'm asking you is for you or anybody, but since you and I are talking, for you to have the ability to argue, and I'm emphasizing argue, to argue about any activities that requires the historical comparative linguistic method for whatever. My question to you was, do you agree that you have to have at least a fundamental competency in the method itself and all that it entails and so on and so forth? I'm not saying a degree or none of that stuff.
Okay, now I think I'm catching up to it. You're saying to argue. What do you mean argue? Having a general conversation? Say like saying, come on with that, Asar.
No, I'm saying
that general or you mean to actually have a full-fledged like argument in linguistics. See, that's what I'm trying to figure out. What is it that you're saying? I think you're trying to say that kind of sort of, right?
No,
I'm trying to make that point, right?
No. I'm a defined argument, because I'm not talking about just having a conversation out of a pique of interest, because we get interested in a lot of things we don't know about, at least at the time we get interested in. I'm saying on the level of argument that we all understand and familiar with on these YouTube streets and in Facebook and stuff like that, people are arguing certain positions. They're arguing they have an opinion about something, and then they argue and advocate that opinion. And I call it an uninformed opinion if they're not competent.
No,
I'm asking you. Okay, so go ahead.
I don't think you should argue and not have a basic understanding of what the hell you're talking about. No, my father always told me don't do that. That's called ignorance. Now I would never do that.
Okay, so I would like for you to not argue about linguistic issues because I feel that you're not competent enough to make any arguments.
Right. I'm not
Is that
actually.
fair?
No, I'm actually not making arguments. I'm actually presenting what the field presents on it. So I'm not actually making an argument. I'm actually saying in the general encyclopedias, at college and universities, Morgan State University, I've talked to linguistics teachers. I've talked to linguistics teachers at Penn State, right? They avidly disagree. I've written emails, we've talked about it, and I'm saying that's a general discussion that they would totally disagree with that particular stance. So I clearly understand that, and that's what I'm doing. I'm presenting the information that quote unquote mainstream is talking about. That's it, brother. So I'm not arguing anything.
Okay, so now we have to define argument.
I'm simply stating where the field is, right? And maybe y'all could take the field somewhere else. That's fine. But we'll wait till that happens. And then we'll stand up here and beat our chest and say, man, well, you know what? I was wrong, yo. Well, they got that off real, yo. And I appreciate that, yo. I would actually be the guy that would say that. But until then, yo, I gotta stay where I'm at. I've had enough general conversations with some experts on it. And that's just not what the level is right now. I'm not saying it can't be there because then that would be a non-scientific statement. So
okay, so
you're right. No, I'm not a competent linguist. Never said I was. Never presented myself as that. Well,
okay, no, and I never heard you say that. Nope. But when I just asked that you not argue about it, now we have to define argue because you said you don't argue.
I don't argue. I simply present with the field.
I say you, but I'm saying you do argue.
Okay, well, let me stop arguing. I want to stop arguing, but I'm not going to let nobody blow smoke at me.
I mean, of course. No,
it's not what the field says. You know what? Right. Maybe if we start wording things a little bit different and say, this is what I'm working on, right? And I would say, I'm going to support you because I've always supported all the brothers in their work, yo. Nobody can actually say I haven't, right? What I don't support is a conversation where it seems as if that this whole Afro-Asiatic thing is wild and crazy, and what we're presenting is spot on. I think if we could just rephrase those type of statements, I'd be comfortable with it. Because I actually think that if you think I'm sitting here and don't think that between you, Asar, and Shinjeti, you know what I'm saying, and Sean, y'all, I think if y'all really wanted to really get into the field for real, right? I already know y'all got the propensity to do it. If y'all sitting here thinking that if y'all make me super mad one day and I go take 4 years off, yo, I could definitely get a degree in biology, you know what I'm saying, and evolutionary biology. Basic 4-year degree, and I know I could do it. And I know I just could. So I'm not never thinking that y'all can't do that. That'd be ridiculous. I'm saying it's just my job where I'm standing at in front of credible people. I'm not even talking about the arguments, just being in front of credible people. It's a certain way you got to say those types of things. So I want to be able to say that. I'm not going to say that's the thing that's adding to the field until it actually does it. I'm just not going to be the one to do it, Woo.
Right.
And I've grown to understand that, brother.
Yeah, well, I'm not sitting here asking you to do that, what you just said. But in fairness, because I got 2 other people on. But wait, that's cool. But let me just, but hold up. I have to just make sure it's clear, and I'm clear with what you said just now. So what I mean by competency, you mean something different. Yeah. So we clarified that now. What I mean by having competency at a fundamental level in whatever. Now, I'm only using specifically historical comparative linguistics, but it goes for anything. So I think we worked that. But now, as far as argument, now, so this is my question, follow up to you then, because here's what I see that disturbs me, right? So I've been missing in action for 1.5 years. Now, all of us, we were on the Amara squad. Me, you, Asar, Smash, and everybody, right?
Yeah.
It's unfortunate that what you described earlier, between you and Smash, that's unfortunate, and I'm not even going to get into that because I don't know nothing, right?
Yeah, but you know what your interactions was and how you was done, how you was made to thought you was crazy, like it ain't there on the page. But come on, bro.
No, I know, but I'm saying I don't want to get into that. But here's the thing. So like we support each other, right?
We do.
So you have Asar's books, right? Because you say you support, but the degree of supporting comes in different ways, right? So you support
Yeah.
by buying, purchasing. So obviously you financially support somebody and
Yeah.
whatnot. You have the book.
Yeah.
But now if you buy the book, but you don't read it, then that other half of support is not there. So I'm asking you that to do the other half of the support by actually reading your comrades' materials, no matter who it is. Like if Asar, we're talking about Asar right now, but whoever. So like because I feel like if you read Asar's book, the 2023 book, a lot of stuff that you're saying right now that you just said a little while ago, it's addressed in the book. You asked for a critique. You said, why don't Asar get with Kofi Paisai to put forth a critique on Mboli? But if you read Asar's book, you would know that he critiques Mboli. He and Mboli don't agree all the time.
I know that. I know
that. But listen to what I'm saying. Your statement reveals to me, because I read Asar's book, that you haven't read it.
So, you're talking about the new one, right? The one ethnicity joint, right?
The last two. In the last two, he's critiquing. He's talking about Mboli stuff, using it, testing it, and so on and so forth. So I know that you haven't read it because you wouldn't have made that statement. So I'm asking you straight out. Have you read Asar's the last two books?
Part 2? No, I have not. No, I have not. So you're telling me all this time? Hold on, Asar don't even agree with Mboli?
No, that's not. No, don't jump to cook. No, see, don't do that either.
I'm asking you. I'm asking you.
Right, don't do that. No, okay, no, but I don't want to jump over.
Part of
okay,
it.
Wait.
I'm here, yo. I'm here, yo.
He could. Well, he could probably explain better. But no, I'm trying to focus because I'm trying to make a point.
You're right. Hold on. I've always been an advocate.
I'm trying to make a point. No, hold on, brother to brother, man, because we all good. We all good.
Yeah,
I'm just saying. I'm trying to make a point, and I want everybody in the chat to feel me on this point, though, is that I understand support. Everybody supports each other. Like when it comes to perishable goods, whether it's teas, whether it's jewelry, whether it's shoes or clothes, those things you support. The financial support is probably the extent that you can do, right? And then pass it on to the next person and shout them out. But when it comes to work, like published work and stuff like that, that's only part of the support is the financial part. You buy the book, yes, that's great. And everybody needs to do that. But the other half is to actually read it and to see where your fellow brother is talking about, to see what the points are, to see what the arguments are, to know if you want to stand and back them up and help him champion whatever or knock it down. But you got to read it first. You got to understand it and fully grasp it. So that's what I'm asking you, personally, if you could do that, at least with Asar. And I know I'm not with anybody, but I'm saying we're talking about Asar, but at least his books, because a lot of stuff that I heard you say since I've been back, I'm catching up. Not that you said recently, but over the past few months in videos, I'm like, dang, I'm saying Asar covers that. Dang, Asar covers, and you saying he's pseudo and all that. I'm like, man, I know you joke too, but we got to do better. So that's all I'm asking. That's the point I'm making with you right now.
All right. When I finish reading Heredity, Change, and Conflict in Africa, yo, I'll be up on these. That's what I'm doing. It's a book from Germany, yo. You got
wait, hold that up. Hold that up. I ain't see that.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm doing this, yo. That's what I be doing. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate, and that's why I feel like you should do a show and summarize Asar work, yo, and cover some points. I think Asar should do that, yo. I think you really should do that, and I think it would help us fools say, "Oh, okay, we can read this chapter in it. Okay, bet. Give me some homework to do in this chapter. You want me to read? I'll read that chapter." But I can't do it, yo. I'm really entrenched in reading material. I would just like to know what chapter is it that y'all think best explain that, and I can go read that chapter, and we can do a show on that. We can have a healthy conversation on that.
But at the same time, I'm gonna say this. I get it. Your last statement when you said because you may be focused on other things. You got work, you got family, all that. And all I'm saying, it goes back to the other point, and then I'm gonna let I know Shezmu trying to get the mic. So
it's a mad job
on that. On that, wait, on that, but wait, on that point though, here's the thing. I get it. Like everything you said is is reality in a lot of people's situations where you don't have time to focus on
Yeah, but I read
everything
a
or
lot
whatever the
of
case is.
I read a
But
lot of Asar's work though, yo. I
I
read,
know,
I
but
read your work. Like, so I do.
I could
That's
just
not
tell, but I could
Kofi's
tell
work.
what you haven't read though.
Yeah, the
So, but
last
wait,
few
let me
work.
just make this point. Let me just make this point.
Mhm.
So I'm saying when we, and I'm including myself, when we are in a position that life is lifing and we can't focus on whatever, then all I'm saying, and I'm asking you and everybody, is we have to stop being bullheaded or like cementing an opinion about something, that uninformed opinion, to the point where we're online arguing about it. That's what I'm saying. Like, we don't have a real right to argue about something that we're not competent in. We haven't analyzed, we haven't looked at, we haven't read. Like, I can't criticize and talk about Asar's book and work if I didn't read it. If I only read like just the table of contents, like Clyde Winters. You remember that day about Clyde Winters, when Clyde Winters was on the phone and tried to criticize something. But anyway, so that's my point, and that's where I'm most frustrated with. I get the other stuff.
So I got it, but I'm frustrated with the bad use of language. Like there's a certain language that should be and so yeah, okay. I got some work published in a journal. But I'm not sitting up here saying that particular work right there will do this to the field or will change this. I'm not doing that. Right? Because you would say,
Wait, you
what's
lost
the name?
me. Is somebody saying that?
No, I'm right. That's the way it's coming off. And I'm telling you, Wuja, it's like the whole situation be, and Kofi can attest to this. I ain't trying to throw you nothing, but it seems if there's the Afro-Asiatic language column, right? That some kind of way it's not complete, it's not that, but nobody would actually say that in the field, because no, it's not complete, and everybody knows that. And no, it's not finished, because Indo-European is not finished. None of these languages are finished because they go so far back in time, right? But to make it seem as if that what you have is actually a challenge to that, you know what I'm saying, and actually not being in the field to challenge that, that's where the issue is. So if we could just say, well, this is my work, and I'm hopefully one day it will be in a position to challenge the field. Then
Okay,
I'll just
but
shut
I
the
gotta
hell up,
stop
bro.
you. But I gotta stop you though,
Okay, stop me.
because I was asking you, is anybody saying what you were saying at
Yeah,
first?
that's
But here's the thing. But wait.
Yeah.
See, Asar was on here earlier, and I wish he was still here. But that again, I can tell that you haven't read his book, because in the front intro to his book, he says, not in your exact words, but he says those things where this is an attempt to blah 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 whatever. If blah 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 blah. If you would just read it, like you have, do you even have the 2023 one? Because that's the one I got in my hand right now.
The identity you talking about? What's the title?
Race and Identity in Ancient Egypt,
that's the only
Volume
one I
1.
got. Nope.
Okay, but so again, all I'm saying is a lot of this could be eliminated if we just do the actual stuff, and that's what I mean by intellectual laziness. And I'm not specifically saying you're intellectually lazy.
I didn't take
but
that
but what
personally.
I'm saying is that collectively we gotta put fire up under everybody individually, our own behinds, and do some things. So I'm saying, because a lot of stuff could be in it. Because if I just listened to you and didn't like question you or whatever, I would think that you're accusing Asar of saying that he's overthrowing linguistics in the Afro-Asiatic. Because I think you did say something like that before, but not tonight.
Who amongst you believe that the great Asahotep is overthrowing modern linguistics
Right.
in YouTube? Yeah, that's a good one.
Right, but if I hear you say that, I would if I wasn't me,
Get this straight.
I
Go
would
ahead.
I would think
Go
that I would
ahead.
think that you're accusing Asar of saying that or even making that claim.
Let me
You
say
know what
this.
I'm saying?
Are you a
Go ahead.
scientist, Wuja?
Yes.
All right, I just wanted to ask you. See, I always said I'm not a scientist. You always said you was a scientist. Somebody told me, nah,
Yep.
he ain't gonna say he's a scientist.
Nah, I am.
A scientist in what?
Computer science. I have formal training in computer science. I've been working computer science my entire adult life. Ain't nobody gonna tell me I'm not a scientist in that regards. Nobody. And I dare, anybody could come test me on any sciencey thing dealing with my science. Nobody's gonna do that. I have formal training, college, University of Maryland.
Oh, you
Merlin.
finished.
That's
got
how
that
we say
degree.
it. Merlin.
Put that degree up there, right?
No,
now.
I don't have a degree.
I'm playing with
Yeah,
you.
yeah. Nah,
I know you know how to mess with computers. So listen, I think we had an impasse at this point.
I'm good at it though too, because I be training people with degrees in computer science. That's crazy. They make more money than me, and I'm training them. That's crazy.
Wow,
But go ahead.
You need to switch that up then.
I mean, that used to be that was in the past. But go ahead.
I know you got a hell of a skill set. So I just think the way maybe it was solved. I wish I'd have popped up in here earlier. And I would have said it's just everybody would think that Asar and Bowley got some kind of special package there, right? And that special package is going to move the field. That's how it's been presented, yo. Maybe I'm tripping, maybe I'm not, yo. What Asar said the Nike symbol originated in Egypt. Do y'all? See,
that's what I'm talking about. See, wait. Shez, look. On this note, Shezmu, I know you've been patient. I appreciate your patience, and you got the mic.
Did he say that though?
Nah, he didn't say that. So Kent, cut it out. Asar didn't say the Nike symbol originated from Egypt. See, that's what I'm saying. See, I can't tell if people
like that though. You was close, yo.
People I can't tell people is joking or
close,
not.
yo.
That's what I'm saying. Like put some emojis. Put some emojis behind it if you joking at least.
No, he said it was West Africa though. He did. He said it come from West Africa. He did say that.
That's crazy. Y'all gotta start listening to Sasha K or something, because I don't know where y'all getting that information from, buddy. Then from reading.
Oh man.
So the goddess Nike came from the Greeks, but I digress.
That was funny,
I just wanted to since my name got mentioned, and I hope son Jenny is listening right now, and if he jump back on, that would be great. But I'm just saying this to Sanjetti. When I made those general statements about science channels being boring or channels that give intellectual thought, we know that those channels generally don't get a lot of views. And I was not referring to your channel or anything like that. You know, I've always respected the things that you brought. You brought maturity in conversations over the years. I've studied your channel, the few videos that have been on there over and over to get understanding of some of the Netcher in the beginning. So if you felt as though I offended you, I apologize. But I will say, you still sensitive. You need to cut that stuff out. But you my brother, and you always will be until we're not. But with that, I say peace.
Okay, that's all. Okay, yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that's good because I think he probably did take it not the way that you meant it, like how you just explained. So yeah, so he probably I don't know if he's still listening or what. That's cool. So that's good. See, that's how you do it. But Kofi, I don't know if you had some thoughts.
Yeah, I got one more thing, and I got to get back in my office. I got some work to do for
I'm gonna call you tomorrow, Kofi.
All right, I got a question though.
Before you leave, though, I have a question for you though. But I'll let Kofi speak.
I got another question for I got another question for You first I'm gonna say, bro, you know, I got love for you, bro. I love you, bro. I don't care, you know. So
I know you did.
You mentioned something about after you in that same sense where you was talking about you like where the community where we at, and then you said something, you act like we taking money out of people's mouths, right? Like social media,
we do.
Social, y'all do, and I'm gonna explain why. You know why when we do certain things, you can take money. Everybody doesn't do. Everybody's not doing a whole lot of things, but some of the people who are trying to do some things, social media is a tool in order for them to promote, to get their name, their products, their services, or whatever else out there, right? So when we go at other people, like you just said something about a SAR and the quote that you said, you good with coming up with these quotes. So when you say something about a SAR
Mm-hmm.
and you use it in that context, you are damaging his project. Or when you are over emotional about something and then you say something about someone's work and their channel is monetized, you are damaging and taking money out of their pocket. Or you over emotional and you burn somebody's book and that book is connected to somebody else's business. You can damage their thing. You can damage that. You know what I'm saying? So we have to be careful. Like I said, I don't have a problem with none of anybody disagreeing with
Burn what
anything.
book, Kofi?
I'm not going to see that. but even now, and then the reason why I'm speaking on that because when you said that, it kind of touched a thing for me,
nerve.
and
Okay, that's
it really
good.
touched the nerve for me because it
We
can be
talked about
true.
that.
Yeah, we talked about that. So I just want, if you can, and even other people out there to be aware, if you are friends with these people, we still on here?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, shoot. And you disagree with your friend, you know what I'm saying? Try not to, try to control your emotions. And I'm saying this for anybody. Control your emotions and think before you speak, especially when it has something to do with someone's business. Because a lot of times, some of us, we actually do make money off of these social media networks, and especially if you have a voice, you can damage somebody else's business, somebody else's service, somebody else's channel, where they're building revenue because we mad at each other. So I think we just need to be careful. You know what I'm saying?
I agree. I'm a counter puncher though, Kofi. You got to know that I'm a counter puncher, yo, because I know when I throw the punch, it's gonna hurt worse.
Go ahead.
Bad word. I'm just saying I'm a counter puncher.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't jump right out there like that. I give everybody some grace because I want them to give me some grace. But it seems like my blow is worse. I get the flat. And yeah, I agree with that right there, though, Wujai. You don't gotta have a college degree to be an expert. But you got to get trained in it though. There's a lot to that. But go ahead though, read that.
Oh no, I was while y'all were talking, I saw this pop up in the chat, and I was just and I happen to had that asked on ChatGPT before because we're doing the ChatGPT thing. We joining the pseudo killers.
Join the pseudo killers and we beat you up. ChatGPT.
Nah, you definitely didn't beat me up, but we using it because that seems because see, like I said, I got to get reacquainted with what's going on. So since you all are using it. And you hold it to high regard, then I'm gonna try to speak your language and
speak
use
my
it.
Language. That's my
use
language.
it as well when I need to.
Well, watch how good this be for that. Go ahead.
Yeah. But I'm gone.
Oh yeah. Sorry, Kofi. Go ahead, Kofi.
No. I was done, man. I had just wanted, when Unc made that statement, I wanted to make
but Kofi, we got something we supposed to be doing, and I ain't gonna let you not do it. And I know you waiting on me because I'm gonna do it, and we're gonna.
I ain't waiting on you. Whenever you get ready, I ain't waiting. I'm busy.
I know.
I'm smoking. I'm busy.
You booked. You like say that I'm booked.
I'm booked. But I mean, I'm always able to work you in whenever you get ready.
I know. You know what it is. You already know what it is. You know what it is, yo.
Yeah, but I appreciate y'all for having me on, man. I got to get back off of here, man. I got to get back in my office and do some work, man.
Yeah, I thought you was back in the church though, Kofi. You all right?
Yeah, no. The conscious community doesn't support what I do. So I'm into financial literacy. I'm into book literacy. I have a company that is surrounded around literacy. So I have to go somewhere where I'm able to be successful. I wasn't successful over here, so I had to go and mingle with the Christians, the Arabs, the atheists, and whatever. I had to put my face in the place in all these spaces.
Kofi said, "I'm out. I'm going somewhere else."
I'm going somewhere
else. No, they killing my money over here. I'm burning books.
No, hey Kofi, before you leave, message me and Facebook Messenger your number because financial literacy is something we connect on.
Hey, Sean, I did not burn the forward in that book. I tore the forward out because it was my words in the forward. I did not, ladies and gentlemen, I did not.
Yeah. But all right, y'all, man.
All right,
I'm
Okay,
man.
hey, good to see you, Kofi. Yeah,
Plus,
we're
I
gonna
had
connect.
10 other
All
ones
right.
anyway.
Peace.
Get out of here,
Peace.
yo. I had 10 other books like that, though. Anyway,
Couldn't have been that cold out there. You're grilling books.
it was a grilling season. What you want me to say?
I think MK, you had a question because I was gonna read this, but I don't want to
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I had
interrupt
a quick.
you.
It's just a quick question. Because I think Ank said something that's important. That obviously change is important. If you're not changing, you're not growing. So, but I actually just had one question regarding that. Because I know that before we took the break, at the time, I think you were in support when it came to the arguments that were coming across from different people regarding the toponym Kemet. You were kind of in alignment with at the time Smash and Reggie, and then when we came back, it was different. So my question to you was, at
What
what
was
point?
it? What was out of line? No, I wasn't in. I was in alignment that Kemet meant the Black Land, and I made a mistake on when Smash started finding these obscure glyphs where it was saying the names right about I was on that show. I believe I was on that show. Woo. I was like, yeah. So maybe they did call themselves black, but not referring to their race, right? But I was just wrong with that part right there. So that was the only thing I actually agreed with that, thinking that, right? But after I heard that conversation, we watched it a couple times. I was definitely wrong for that on that piece.
No,
But I never
okay.
agreed with the repair. I never agreed with the repair. So I was
No,
on that
I know
side
that.
with the riparian,
Yeah,
right? So I was on that
yeah.
side with the riparian, right? I thought Smash had found some obscure glyphs. By the time the conversation had finished, I was like, nah, that's not that. Because when you watch that video that Wu did, Wu pulled up on him. I was like, oh man, he did a great job on that. So nah, nope. But I
Yeah.
always
So
agreed with Wu Jia because we read the same books on race and ethnicity of the Egyptians. So we was always on that same page. So it was just different, parts of it. I mean, that's what it is.
Oh no, because what I'm saying, I think, because I know you did agree with Jao on a few other things, but at that point,
a lot of the points.
because at that point, you were not in agreement with what Ujao was laying forward and the arguments on the riparian land. And
Yeah, right,
pretty sure
correct.
you're not.
That's the only thing
And
I
then,
was
but
against.
then at the time, because for me, understanding it, I know that you were in agreement with Smash, whatever his arguments were, and you were also in agreement with Reggie at the time. And I know Reggie was arguing Black Bulls at the time. Has
Nah,
always
was
been
he?
doing that.
Nah, I never agreed to that. No, I was arguing over. No, remember, I've been talking about Egypt is an indigenous African civilization for at least 14 years, and I can show you the
No, I
first
get
video
that, but
that came.
let me just finish the question. So maybe then you can answer it,
Yeah.
including what you're trying to say.
Okay.
So because I think it's important to kind of see where because this will kind of help us when we're trying to figure out how to get to people who are probably seeing something and they shouldn't be seeing. They're seeing A while they should be seeing B. There's certain points where we need to hit right to get them to see straight. So my question for you is, what triggered you at whatever point? What was the trigger for you to make you realize that these arguments are not holding water, and I need to decamp?
Which arguments not holding water? The Black Bulls and all that?
Yeah, because they had their own arguments at the time, and you were
Yeah,
part. I remember
when y'all
even
tore
that last
Reggie paper up, the moment y'all tore Reggie.
nah, because at that moment you were still going hard, because I remember
I
you
was
were on
going hard
the.
on the. I was going hard on the.
Yep.
On the I was going
You
hard
were
on the
mad at me
fact
at
that
the
he
time
did
for
he
even
publish
mentioning that stuff. I know because you came on this panel and kind of
about the
lashed
Black
out a
Bull.
bit.
I ain't never stand up there and support no Black Bull. I supported Reggie and
Now you didn't even want us to touch anything on Reggie's on that argument. He was like, "No, don't do it."
I'm gonna look at that.
That's all I'm
You know
saying.
what? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go back and look at that video
Yep.
and be fair. And if I was
Yeah,
wrong, Emma
yeah,
Cat, I'm gonna say, you know what? I just was flat out wrong on that. If that's the point, because I
yeah.
ain't never thought I supported the Black Bull.
But
Because
my
I didn't know he
intrigue
was
is
making it black people though.
okay, good. So
Yeah,
I'm
see,
just
he
intrigued.
tricked us on that. He tricked them.
So what happened? What was the switch for you?
I mean, looking at them damn videos, me and Sosa and then we went back and watched them damn videos, man, of Wu Jia hitting that shit. We was like, damn, man, he was right, yo. I mean, sometimes you got to slow down and look at this shit. But I always knew that Wu Jia always had a certain skill set. So betting against him on that shit was just, I was in support of Reggie putting this shit in the daggone journal. That was the real support there. And then Wu Jia come back with all the misspellings and all that. I was like, oh, man. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm a supportive brother trying to put himself in the journal. I like to see some of Wu Jia work get put in the journal somewhere. Right, I think that's good. So I was in support of that part.
Okay, but I'll still be a little bit hard on that because when you're on this
got me. What you want me to say?
But you said you're gonna look at it, so I'll let you do that. It will be fair enough for you to look at it. That video.
Yeah, but that was a good video. He did a great job on that.
So, before we end, before you go, I wanna do. Hold up, I wanna include you as the second installment on my new series called "Can We Agree to ... Okay, because I did this for the first time yesterday with Saram Ka, and we had a really good conversation. It was just quick.
How you have a good conversation with him?
No, I did. That's what I'm saying. That's what surprised. That's what was good about it. It was a good conversation. Yep. So I'm gonna do the same thing with you. So I'm just gonna throw some things on the floor. And we're gonna see if we can agree.
Okay. All
right. So I'm gonna throw some softballs first.
Okay.
All right. So here we go. So, can we agree that the ancient Egyptian civilization is a homegrown African civilization?
Yep. Indigenous. Absolutely.
All right. So bam. All right. So and everybody's witnessing this. We got 80,000 people in the chat. All right, so good. So, second one. Can we agree that the ancient Egyptians themselves, the people, can we agree that they are Africans?
Absolutely.
All right, so good. Off to a good start. What else did I ask? I'm trying to ask the kind of similar questions that okay. Now, so I'm gonna try to venture out a little bit. So, can we agree that the ancient Egyptians viewed their homeland, their possession, everything the king owned and everything that they were a part of? Can we agree that they viewed that as the center of everything, and that they themselves were all that in a bag of chips?
Absolutely, they had a bias for themselves. Absolutely.
Yeah, like pretty much like all cultures do, right? All civilizations. Okay, so bam. All right, good. So now, can we also agree that the ancient Egyptians were distinct and saw themselves as distinguished from their southern neighbors that we like to call the Nubians today, but they refer to as the Nahisiu? Can we agree with that?
Absolutely. That's why they showed them Nubians in extra dark color to make sure you wouldn't get it twisted. Absolutely.
All right, so bam, see, we off and running. All right, cool. Yep. Now, can we agree with this? Can we agree that the word, and I'm just gonna ask you this because I don't know if you agree or not. That's why I'm asking. So, can we agree that the word Chemehu and the word Chahinu is being mistaken for white people?
Yep. You talking about the Libyans?
Yes, the Libyans.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Okay, so people are
promoting it. We can name people promoting it too.
Yeah, but I'm just me and you. I'm just seeing where we agree. So we agree with that, right? All right. Yeah. So do we also agree that today's Kemetic yoga and the positions that people are getting themselves in, saying that it is coming from ancient Egypt, that those positions are actually not positions at all, and that it's a form of an artistic style that the ancient Egyptians did? Can we agree with that?
We can agree it's symbolic art, and the way they draw their art symbolically, they did it forever. So yeah, with the hands and the neck and all that, and the eyes on the side of it, it's symbolic. It has nothing to do with yoga.
All right, cool. All right. So I mean that's it because I don't want to be too long and I see that Fetty came in so we could I'm gonna keep doing this with different people at any given time because but wait here's my point for doing this though because I want you to know right, and this is how I feel because me coming back on the scene, like I said, I've been honest, like I'm disappointed, right? And so I want to see a change, a difference. So what I see people do, and even before I took a break, what I see people focus so much on the disagreements, right? To where that's become the thing and everything, to where the agreements get overshadowed, right? So with anything, from what I know, with anything, people have to start. The only way you can build is on an agreed foundation. You can't build it when it's chaos and scattered and disagreements.
Correct.
You have to find that common agreement first, then build from there, then find the point of departure. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm gonna be doing. So I'm just letting you know.
Okay.
That's what I'm gonna be doing. I'm trying to figure out some things that we can agree or not, or just ask the question and see. So that's the reason behind that. But I'm gonna bring. We got 2 more people on the panel. So hold on, let me before y'all speak on the mic. It's 11:20. I would like to end at least within 10 minutes. So we got 10 minutes to rock out. So y'all got it. So I think Fetty was in here first. So Fetty, you got the mic first.
What's going on, Fetty?
Peace. What's going on, everybody? How y'all doing?
All right, peace.
Think the conversation that we had a couple of days ago in regards to Emboli and certain classifications. I see your perspective somewhat in regards to telling a person, well, you don't know Emboli's stance or haven't read his work, maybe you shouldn't speak on it. But I just want to give you my perspective as to how I drew certain conclusions without having to do that. Can I just demonstrate it for 30 seconds? So
yeah, go ahead.
I actually looked at a SARS channel, and it's a particular video called Illusion Volume 2, Lesson 4, and it came out like 4 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. If you can, I want you to go to the 1 hour 20-minute mark, right? And he shows an actual migration model, and I think it is in French, so I think it's the migration model that Emboli is proposing, and it's showing how the pre-Bantu people are in East Africa, showing the Bambara people in Sudan and branching off. So I'm saying, as an individual who studies history, archaeology, anthropology, genetics, and things of that nature, all I would have to do is look at the Bantu model created by, the experts and how they created and came to a certain consensus. So all I wanted you to do is let's look at the migration model of Emboli and what Asar's presented, and let's look at the Bantu migration model that is the complete opposite of what they're trying to say. Because I think if you talk about models, that's very important, because I think that could defeat a lot of the things or a lot of the time that you gotta take out the research just by looking at a proposed model. Because I saw how Rob Bourne asked you a question earlier today, I think, or sometime he asked you a question about the Bantu people being in Sumeria, and you
Yesterday.
said you don't know. You said you don't know, right?
Yeah, yes, that was yesterday. Yeah.
Yesterday, yeah. So you said you don't know in regards to that Bantu Sumerian connection. So the same way you told me, how can you speak on something that you don't know about? My question is, how can you speak on something that you haven't fully studied on regarding migration models? Because I think that's a very critical piece to see if a work is valid or not, or flawed. So
okay, that's a good question. I don't speak on Sumerian anything. So I told Rabon I don't know, and you don't hear me speak on Sumerian anything.
But yeah,
so
that ties into the migration model, and I hopefully you can pull it in on the SARS channel. It's called Illusion Volume 2, Lesson 4. At the 1 hour and 20-minute mark, he shows the proposed model of these, Negro Egyptians per se. He shows how the Hausa, Zande, Bambara, all of these people branched out, and in reality, if you study just African history and study these Niger-Congo groups, you would see that that's completely wrong. Like, we had a different history in regards to us being in the Western West Sahara and developing down and coming down to Nigeria and Cameroon, and that's how the Proto-Bantu people was established. It wasn't in Egypt and things of that. Comparing, I guess I think he compared Songo languages to Middle Egyptian. It's a lot of just crazy stuff. And I think as a lay person, if you can understand models and what the consensus is regarding models and how actually linguistics teams up with anthropology, genetics, and all of that, and they come to a better conclusion. So it's like you have to apply a multidisciplinary approach. So that's all I'm really saying. Let's look at both models and let the people see for themselves how flawed the migration model really is.
Okay, so let's do that. And I welcome that, right? But if we did that, like I don't have enough time to do that right now. So
that's cool.
That's why. So no. But I'm saying, so let's table it. Let's put a pin in it. And so next time, either I catch you on another channel if that's allowed, or you see us pop up, or we just get together and block out a time to actually have that discussion, because I think because I would have to explain some things, and it would help if you were familiar with Mboli's work, because based on what you just said.
My bad to cut you. What I do is I try to be in that. A lot of his stuff is in French, as we know. I try to look at things that Asar talks about to actually help.
No, I may be able to. I'm saying I may be able to help you.
And it's just not pseudo, in my opinion.
But I'm saying I may be able to help you because.
Hey, Wu, I'm out of here, man. I appreciate y'all, man.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm about to end in a second. All right. But no, Fed, if you still there, what I was saying is that
killers, man. Pseudo killer army, man. Appreciate you, Wu. I'm a cat.
Hey, you know the P is silent.
Boy, you crazy, yo.
The P is silent. So the word pseudo starts off pseudo. But anyway, we can talk about that.
Crazy, boy.
The P is silent. All right. No, but Fetty. All right, peace. But Fetty, no, what I was saying was, we can have a conversation where we got more time, because I may be able to help a little bit, because like I've been through Mboli's book, and I'd be able to point you to certain points, or at least quote some things because I could tell, like in what you just said, there may be a misunderstanding, because I've ran into this with a few people in the past. Is the problem with the labeling of this language model as being Negro Egyptian? People, I'm not saying you do, but you may, but people assume that Mboli, by using that, or whoever else used it, Obinga before him, they're saying that these languages come out of Egypt, or Egypt is the source and stuff like that, and it truly has nothing to do with that.
Asar. Clarify myself. Yeah, you're right. What I meant to say was that his establishment, because I saw in the migration model, right, how he has like Para Proto-Bantu being in that Ethiopia area of the Horn of Africa, and he also shows that migration going up to Egypt and Sudan, and that's where he has that Proto-Bantu language kind of.
But see, you have to, but what I'm saying is that it'd be helped, because you have to understand why he's even saying Bantu in the first place. Buy into the noun classes and how the morphology of these words are, and how Bantu has these noun class prefixes on there. Linguists are trying to figure out where's the origin of that, where does that come from, and stuff like that. So there's a lot that's involved that the names or these labels shouldn't kind of confuse people. But he's clear on it in his work. But if we don't like go through it and study it, we may assume certain things. And stuff like that with the migration and everything.
Groups, I look at the ethnic groups again that he's using, and there's really no relationship. So I would say like we can have this conversation.
Wait.
I think
there's linguistic. Are you talking about linguistic relationships or genetic relationships?
I'm saying a linguistic or genetic relationship. I mean, like a lot of those people, like the Bambara and the Zonde, and just different groups like the Sango. It's like, I would think, again, I think our initial conversation, I was kind of, bullheaded, you know what I'm saying? So I think the fact that we had this conversation now, hopefully in the future, we can break it down.
Okay, let's set it. I'm saying, I don't mind having the conversation. So yeah, let's just do it. That's fine. No doubt, I'll look out for you. All right. No problem.
No doubt, bro. Peace.
All right. So peace. So Shesman, you got any last words? And Emmy Cat after?
The last word words. I would like to add another pin to Fetty's conversation. I would say that have you studied the migration patterns of those of the Nile Valley? I know you.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Absolutely,
Hold
absolutely.
on. You
From
Fetty,
20,000 years ago, when you look at the Savannah Pastoral Neolithic, Natufi,
bruh.
all that.
He's trying to talk. Go ahead, Shazwa, go ahead.
Not you, Fetty. I'm talking about Wujau. Now, Wujau, I know you agree with Asar's philosophy as the Bantu coming into Kemet, but I think we all should look into that migration pattern of those of the Nile Valley. Now, what I wanted to say though is you went and said you were asking Unc about those basically isolating Kemet from the Nehesi. Those are the South, those darker skinned individuals from the South. But then you didn't isolate them, those lighter skinned Libyan looking individuals to the north or to the Levant.
Yeah, I could have asked another question about that too. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so I'm checking you on that. And you know that the Tahenu, now the Tamehu, that may be a little further south than from quote unquote the land of Goshen. And also the Tahenu, and I know you're attacking Jabari with the Tamehu, but the Tahenu and the Tamehu supposedly are related, but are two different sects. Well, not sex as in sex, but sect in the north and some southern. So those southerners of the Tamehu, which I believe it means south. Tamehu.
Yeah, it don't mean south. No. Okay, wait. No. So that we're clear. There's three separate words that get kind of pushed together. So you have the Chahinu Libyans, then you have the Chimehu Libyans, and then you have the Ta-mehu. So the other two starts with ch, the word, the ch in the word church. So Chahinu, Chimehu. Okay, T. Let me spell it.
Spell.
Okay, T-C-H-E-H-E-N-U. Chahinu.
That's how I spell Netcher, or is that how it's spoken?
No. I'm spelling it how it's pronounced, so you'll know that it's a ch sound.
Spell it in the Meta Netcher, though, please.
Oh, you want me to do that now?
Yeah.
All right. I tell you what. No, go ahead and talk. Because I already have. Listen, I stay ready, man. So I got a slide for it. So let me pull it up.
My point.
I'm saying I'm trying to close out, but go ahead.
Separate the blacks and then not separate the light skins. Kemet is Kemet, and they have a mixture of diversity within themselves, even though they call themselves. And I know that they look towards the south as their ancestral veneration.
Okay, no, to your very first point, I just didn't ask. I didn't keep asking them questions, but I could have separated. I could have asked them about all these right here. I'm about to show right here. I could have asked about the Kosh, the Wawet, the Kent Nefer, the Majau, the Nahisiu, the Chahinu, the Keftiu, the Nahut, the Jahi, the Kananu, which is Canaan, the Amu, the Aper, the Rechinu, the Kebin, the Kepni, et cetera, et cetera.
Make your screen the first one so everybody, because it's small.
Oh, hold up. So this is what you're saying?
Take us out.
As in maybe focus.
Okay. Sorry. Let me make it focus. My fault. So these right here, are examples of different people groups and communities that the Egyptians knew of and had names for. And so on the right hand side, so I just list them. I say, let blank be what it is, and let the people be who they are. And blank is just being replaced by all these different names. So you have the Kosh, that's the land of Cush, and the Cushites. You have Wawat, which is a community of Nahisiu, but specific. Kent Nefer, Majau, which is the Magi. Nahisi, Chahinu, this is the Libyans. Keftiu, Nahut, Jahi, Kananu, Amu, Apper, Retinue, et cetera, et cetera. So I only pull this up because I could have like just asked if Unc agreed to all this, but nah, I wasn't gonna do that. So nah, I didn't leave anybody out with any other intention or nothing like that.
Right. The only thing I
So-
would add, we know that the
But you're talking about this right here.
we know
when you said the so what I'm saying Chemehu, so this is the thing real quick. When I say when I was asking Unc about Tamahu, how the word Tamahu is being interpreted as white people by people in the community, and I was asking him, does he agree that that's wrong? And he said, yeah, he agree, because I was saying that they're confusing. First of all, the Chemehu, which is on the right hand side, the Chemehu are Libyans,
how you gonna spell it like that though?
because that's how it is. The tethering rope is a TCH, transliterated as TCH. The bilateral glyph here is a M capital H, and then the quail chick is a W. The only reason why it's spelled out this way is for the Egyptological spelling, like how you pronounce it, how Egyptologists pronounce it, Chemehu. That's all. Like Nehesiu,
I'm not
Amu.
I feel you. I understand what you're doing, but I don't agree.
Wait, you don't agree with what? The way I spelled it?
Right.
Oh, I mean, that's not nothing to disagree or agree on, because I could spell it however you want me to spell it, because I see the glyphs. I know what that means. Like I don't have to spell it. I could take these off. You know what I'm saying? It's just,
I want people to know that though. Yeah.
it's just a way. See, this is convention though. So either we could follow convention, so people when they look it up they'll find it, or we could do our own thing because we like something better, and then people are not gonna find it.
So you say convention is spelled TCHEMEHE.
That is one of the conventions.
Oh,
Yep.
one
And
of. Oh, one
yeah.
of. Oh,
And I
one.
could show you another one too.
Right, and there's versions as well, right?
I could show you another one. Chemehu like that without the EW. Chemehu. Those two, and I could do this for each one of them except for Remage. Remage is pretty much that way, pretty much universal. But Amu is AAMU, Nehesiu instead of the EU. I mean EW. They put a U on there. So these are just conventional spellings, and are not even a matter of importance at all. It's
But
just,
if you go to your list though, you had TMHU.
what my list? Nah, my list here is the actual transliteration itself. This is scientific. This is more scientific, a diacritic transliteration. This is what you're gonna see regardless of how anybody want to spell it the way it sounds. This is what you're gonna see. So when I put Chehinu, it's a T with a line under it, H with a dot under it, NW. That's a diacritic way. Manual decodage, it would be TCH, and then it'd be a capital H, NW. I mean, it'd be a capital T, capital H, NW in manual decodage. But see, that's all that stuff is too technical. Like, see, I had to give a class just so people could understand what I'm saying about that. But the whole
Tahenu.
yeah, nah, it's Chehinu. Chehinu.
Yeah, there's a difference between lowercase t, which is just t, and uppercase T, which is the T with the underline, straight line underneath, and that when you pronounce it is ch, and that's why it has the
Like in church.
TCH, like church.
Right.
Well, which one is k?
K would be, you talking about the one in the back of your throat, like kha, like that?
In the front.
Huh?
Upper front.
Are you talking about the letter K, like how we pronounce K?
Well, is it the H with the dot?
No, the H with the dot is an aspirated H. It's a H.
So it's tahenu.
No, it's chehinu. Chehi. The H is an aspirated H. It's a very airy H.
Okay.
No, you may be confusing the X, which is a ch. Like the word teken, like tekenu, which is the obelisk. The word obelisk is teken.
Okay.
That's something totally different.
And then Tamehu, where's Tame?
No, Tamehu. So that's what I was saying. So let me go back to what I was saying. Tamehu. No, Tamehu is not even foreign. That's Lower Egypt. And that's the problem. Tamehu is Lower Egypt. But people are confusing Tamehu with Chemehu. Tamehu sounds similar to Chemehu, which are Libyans. Chemehu and Chehinu are both two Libyan groups in Libya, west of Egypt. Tamehu is Lower Egypt. So Tamehu is Egypt all day. That was the problem.
I think I saw an ancient map that had Tahenu or Tashenu and Tamehu, and it considered those two peoples. But
they are two different peoples, but both of them are in Libya.
It was like a version of the Bantus went around the north of the Sahara, and then a version or a band of the Bantus went around the south of the Sahara, and it was like talking about those two groups of people. Like they're the same people, but they're named different.
Nah, they're different. They're distinct. They're distinct because they had two different names. Huh?
I guess they're distinct from culture, but they're kind of like genetically they're really close.
Well, the Igbo and the Yoruba are part of the same genetic population, but they're distinct people. Like they'll get offended if you call a Igbo a Yoruba and vice versa. So we have to respect the groupings that they were a part of. So that's all. So no, but to speak to your first thing about the Nahisi. So, and then I forgot what else you were saying. You were saying something else.
In the north and the south, you really isolate them from the south, but you don't really isolate them from the north.
Oh nah. Well, in my question, I see why you say that because I only asked Unc that question. But I did say ancient Egypt, the Egyptians and the civilization, they saw themselves and they saw their homeland as the center, and they had the four cardinal points. They had to the west they had the Libyans with the Chehinu and the Chemehu that we just spoke about. To the south they had all the Nahisiu, and then they spoke specifically about them, but collectively they called them Nahisiu. They called themselves the Remech, and then they had people to the east of them, the Iabet direction, are all the Amu, and everybody is included in that.
And then my last question or statement would be, were they in Saqqara or were they in Luxor?
Who?
Those ancient Egyptians or ancient Kemetiu that considered first to be separate.
Nah, you lost me. Like, who are you talking about? The ones I said who thought themselves to be in the center?
Yes.
No, that's all of Egypt. Like the Egyptians, like everything that the king owned, which was the whole kingdom, they saw it as the center of their world. That was the center. That's why they called it Khanu, which just means the interior. That was the inside.
But that all of Kemet, how far north and how far south does that go? Though? Where was the center?
No, what I'm saying is that their whole kingdom, like the whole country, like today, what we know as Egypt, the Egyptians saw Egypt, like their whole kingdom, as the center point of everything for them.
So do you think that today's border of the place we call Egypt is the same border of the place we would have called Kemet?
Which border? The southern border?
Both. The whole east, west, north, south?
Oh yeah. The Mediterranean definitely cut off ancient Egypt. Like you can't have a border out there in the ocean somewhere. I mean in the Mediterranean Sea. So the Mediterranean Sea was a natural north border for Egypt.
So you saying
no doubt.
So you saying the ancient Commissions 5,000 years ago considered their border to be the Mediterranean?
Most definitely. Without a doubt.
I would like us to see I would like you to show me the research on that.
Okay, and I will do, and I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna show you, and you can hold me to it.
Because those
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm not going to show you now, but I'm saying I'm gonna tell you
that
what you could look out for.
that's what they because
Wait,
that's
say it again.
how many cities how many you want to say those are the
Wait,
42.
wait. Hold on. Can you confusing me now? Are you? Because I hope you're not saying this. Are you saying that that ancient Egypt set up? They had. Are you saying that there's some land missing out there in the Mediterranean Sea somewhere?
No,
Are you saying that they're are you saying that the water did not form a natural border?
Don't even try it. I'm
No,
saying
I'm asking you. I'm asking you.
no, because I ain't even gonna answer that question because it's crazy for you to even ask me that question.
But
I'm
that's
saying
what it sounds like you're saying. So clarify for me.
that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that map that you have now,
Yeah.
at the time that I'm talking about, 5,000 years ago,
Mm-hmm.
I do not agree that is. Well, I'm asking you to prove it to me then.
No. Finish. No, I'm.
Those
You.
are
What do you disagree? I'm trying to figure that out.
that those are the gnomes, and those are the gnomes, and that is the border 5,000 years ago.
Okay. See, I'm trying to understand. So let's so wait. Let's talk about the north, the border to the north. All right, let's start there real quick. And what time is it? Oh yeah, I definitely have to go. All right, let's pick this up. We're gonna pick this up. So I know Shesma, you definitely gonna be around and stuff like that. So just let's put a pin in it, and we'll pick this up because I don't want to confuse your. I don't want to speak on something that I'm not clear. I gotta get clarity from you and what you're saying first. All right. So let's pick this up another time.
Indeed.
All right. So I appreciate it. Appreciate you coming through.
Absolutely.
All right.
Peace.
So Emiket, do you have any anything to close with?
I'd just like to say thank you to everyone that joined us today, and make sure that you share the video and thumb it up. And hopefully we'll see you again the next time we have another live show. And yeah, that was really good. So maybe you might want to summarize everything.
Okay,
before we
yeah.
drop out.
All right, just real quick, let me switch back over to this, and because I know when it cuts off, it's gonna put that last image up. So get back to the show. Okay, so a quick summary and takeaways from tonight's discussion. It was long, 5 hours. Man, I didn't even know we were going to be on here for 5 hours. But knowing me, MC Iron Lung, I should have known. I know everybody in the chat going to be like, oh, come on, Wujao. You knew you MC Iron Lung, you're going to be long anyway, so it should be no surprise. And you're right. But anyway, so to kind of do a blitz quick recap. So tonight's show was called Intellectual Laziness, and we defined intellectual laziness when we first started. And I'm not going to read it again, but that's where we laid the foundation for tonight's discussion about intellectual laziness. And my hope is that we all can read this definition and check ourselves, see if any of these things apply to us in terms of intellectual laziness. If it does and it matters to you, then hopefully we can work towards changing it. If it doesn't, then hey, whatever floats your boat, it's all good. All right. So we defined intellectual laziness, and then we went through these talking points, these bullet points: intellectual laziness itself. We talked about popular consensus versus scientific consensus. We talked about loyalty to friends versus loyalty to science or the truth, as Asar inserted. And then lastly, we discussed uninformed opinions versus informed opinions. Okay. And so we kind of, we just gave commentary and elaborated on all four of these points. So these were the major points of tonight's discussion. And then I opened up the panel and, we furthered the discussion going on and so on and so forth. All right. So I thank everybody for tuning in. Hopefully you got some takeaways, even if you disagree with me, that's perfectly fine. We have to learn that if we ever disagree with people, we have to learn how to engage in meaningful conversations and hopefully find solutions for the disagreement, because that's it. But just to kind of plug another series of live streams we're going to be doing is I'm going to do streams focusing on what we can agree on. Okay, I started that with Asar Amka the other day. It was a good conversation. I had a chance to do just a real quick one with Unc just now, brother Unc. And in the future, whoever's in the chat, whoever comes on the panel, that's what it's going to be about. We're going to find out of all these different topics, be it linguistics, be it Egypt, be it whatever. We're going to try to find some points of agreement and plant that seed to let it sprout. Then we could figure out the points of departure, where we part ways, and then we can isolate it and try to figure that out. All right. But me personally, I think that's the best way to go. That's how nature works. That's how everything works. And I explained that how you can't build off of chaos and disagreement. It has to be a foundation, foundation laid, and that foundation has to be on, in sync and in agreement. So I'll start off with some very basic stuff. People believe, okay, Egypt is on the continent of Africa. Yeah, I agree with that. All right, let's keep on walking. Simple stuff. Then we get to the more complicated. But all right, so I appreciate everybody tuned in. And by the way, these are some of the, I forgot to show this. These are some of the publications that indirectly came up in tonight's conversation. Not everything that you see here, but when we're talking about, when I raised the issue about Asar's book, everybody should support. And then when it comes to books, that is, your support shouldn't stop at just financially supporting by buying the book. Now that's 100% great, but there's another half to that part. This is not like perishable goods, as I keep saying. Like, it's not like you support and buy somebody's T-shirt or buy some shoes or some jewelry or perishable things that people sell. That support is there. That's, you pretty much run into the brick wall. At the end of that support, once you buy it and use it, you're done. But for scholarly type of things, don't just buy the books. Actually read them and actually analyze, get into it and see what's what, and then support the information if you can. Check it out. And if you find fault or whatever, then that will be a help. Because the whole goal is to get to, pursuit of objective truth. That's the end of the day. That's the goal. All right. So anyway, hopefully people will check out. We'll probably put timestamps in this video. Imiket does a good job at going back and putting timestamps in there so you can see what was said when. Other than that, that's it. So I'm gonna say Shem Hotep. Appreciate everybody tuning in, and as normal lately, I've been playing Dr. John Henry Clarke. Has some very, I feel, important words that people need to adhere to, especially in these days and times on YouTube Street, where everybody's laser focused on this blackness type stuff. So I'm gonna leave y'all with that, and I'm gonna say peace.
And this is the irony of it all, and this is the trap. The Europeans began to manipulate history when they rose and began to expand into the broader world in the 15th and the 16th century because they had to justify the slave trade and they had to justify the colonial system that followed. And modern racism has its incubation in that period. You cannot enslave a man and say he's a human being, but he has humanity. Black people have never written any definitions of race, any definitions of what a people. They have never said that these people with these kind of traits belong here. Because modern racism had its development in the pseudo-scientific development of intellectual Europe after the 15th century. And they began to say that certain kind of people belong to certain kind of race, and they created the concept of race and racism itself.
You're saying, in essence, that there's no such thing as a race.
Oh, I maintain that race is the phoniest issue ever invented by the mind of man. European invented, developed the concept of race. There's really no such thing as a race because nature created no races. Race is a man-made thing.
Could we say that being called black was a political term?
It's a political term and a term which indicates our self-awareness at this juncture in history, and I think we really need it. We need to really bathe in blackness for a while, but I wish we'd get the bath over with and go on to something a little more important. We need to really bathe in blackness for a while, but I wish we'd get the bath over with and go on to something a little more important. Black in itself is not an ethnic term. Black tells you how you look, but it don't tell you who you are. We are essentially an African people. Wherever we live on this earth, we're essentially an African people. And we relate to the millions of African people throughout the world, including the uncounted millions of Africans in Asia. The word Afro-American or African-American would probably be more appropriate and more honest and more in keeping with what we actually are. Because all of us are not positively, physically, real jet black. And so the argument now sometimes is between the supernationalists and the mild nationalists and blacker than thou. When blackness is a state of mind, a state of attitude, a state of approach to things that can exist in almost any of us, including from the blonde black person to the jet black. And the jet black can be traitors, and they can be patriarchs, they can be a whole lot of it. See, we've been everything in history from saint to buffoon. We are complete people, and we need to start looking at ourselves as a complete people. And I think that once we convinced ourselves that we're black and beautiful, we'll stop saying it and just go ahead and be black and beautiful and release a whole lot of energy for more important things.
Could we say that being called black was a political term?
It's a political term and a term which indicates our self-awareness at this juncture in history, and I think we really need it. We need to really bathe in blackness for a while, but I wish we'd get the bath over with and go on to something a little more important.